Good day, and welcome to some Rosewater, an point-and-click adventure game that's in the same universe as Lamplight City that I'm meaning to check out. I played the demo a long time ago, but apparently it's an alternate steampunk universe, but set in the Wild West. So we're going to see
Boarded the
how bad we mess
743
this up.
from Pierre Lorraine for Rosewater, Western Vespuccia. No baggage to speak of, in the literal or metaphorical sense. Just a little hope. And that doesn't take up much space.
But hopefully folks are doing well today. Hey, welcome, Clover.
Much has been said about the western frontier. The perilous wilderness, the lawless towns, and the tough, hardened folk who make their way out there. Usually to get away from something worse. I suppose I'm about to become one of them myself. There's just one thing Rosewater's got that no place else has. An opportunity with my name on it.
Hey, Roland. Well, good to hear that you got a new phone, then, Clover. Hopefully life's working out better. So in Lamplight City, we were a detective.
The thoughts in my head are running together like the landscape outside the window. Excitement and trepidation and boredom mixing like the scrub and rocks and soil into one long blur.
And in that case, our partner died in like the very prologue of the game, so we were kind of haunted by him. And I believe we're playing as our dead partner's sister for this one.
I know, I am ready for a change of scene.
So alas, we will not be haunted by Bill in this one. At least I don't think so. This one, I believe, is a sequel. Although how much it connects with Lamplight City is probably up for debate. Since I think we've left the city in this one, but we're playing as Bill's sister.
Huh. Quiet.
Quiet. Guess there's nothing here. Just back on the
Howdy,
train.
ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jim. And who do I have the honor of greeting?
Harley Leger.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you with your luggage? That is, if you've got any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Leger?
I'm just passing through. It's none of your business.
Miss. And I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking
I think
around,
we're
huh?
a writer
Say,
in this one.
What line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that. The editor at that place ain't somebody you want to cross.
Oh,
We ought to
nice.
get along fine.
I'm sure you will. But as official town greeter, allow me to offer a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Dagnabbit, I'm already getting
Hey,
pickpocketed.
I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing.
Do it.
All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl.
Oh, hey, thank you for the sub. Orange.
But I had the good sense not to get caught. Word of advice, kid. Don't pick your mark in broad daylight, especially not at a lawman's doorstep.
Also, well,
Go
in the
on,
middle of the
eat
street.
it, or I really will give you something to cry about. Now, where in the ether is that damn publisher's office?
I mean, it doesn't look like a big town. Can't be that far. I'd like to report a robbery.
Howdy, stranger. Fresh off the train?
Yes, sir.
Come on in then. Let's have a chat.
Oh,
I'm
gotcha.
Sheriff Gamble.
I haven't.
Pleasure. Just passing through, or
I'm here about a job.
Haven't
Well,
really kept up
that's
with Delta
refreshing.
Rune, I'm afraid.
You come to Rosewater these days with the intent of staying long. How are you finding our town?
Oh, it's great. Real pretty.
Glad you think so. Most folks
But
take
yeah,
one
Delta
look
Rune,
around
I
and
still have to do
get right
chapter
on to the
2.
next train back. But I can see you have some real grit. I doubt the dust and the flies will put you off. Anyhow, welcome to Rosewater. You run into any trouble, you come and see me.
But I suppose I should probably get back in.
Reminder, confiscated items to be placed in the box below. A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside. What's in the bag?
Oh, that's a set of lockpicks I confiscated from a
Ooh.
would-be burglar.
I should take them for safekeeping.
Looks like a pretty rough sort. This fellow still at large?
Yep, but I reckon he's left the province.
Yeah, we gotta watch out for all the thieves in this place.
Those are some stern-looking ladies.
Oh, can we take the guns? His back's turned to us, he'll never
Impressive
notice.
collection.
But yeah, I'm usually pretty bad at point-and-click adventure games, so, fair warning, I might not do so well.
I hope that isn't the town water supply.
I vaguely remember that we had got to break into the blacksmith from the demo. But the thing about Lamplight City is you were a detective
hello
haunted by your
there.
partner,
Don't think I've seen you around
and
before.
you could
Just
actually
arrived in town.
make
Name's Harley
multiple
Leger.
accusations.
You're Dr. Sedgwick?
At your service. Welcome to Rosewater and to my clinic.
Or if you
Any
really screwed up the
particular aim
cases, you could
today?
declare them unsolvable. Hey, thank you for the sub, Adam.
I could use something cool to drink. It's hot as blazes, and I am this close to having a conniption.
Well,
You'll
water
want to
supply's
visit Jack
outside.
Diamond's at the end of the thoroughfare. My stock doesn't offer much in the way of refreshment, I'm afraid.
Wouldn't expect to hear a doctor prescribing a visit to the saloon.
A sarsaparilla or weak beer, drunk in moderation, can be a perfectly healthful and thirst-quenching beverage. I'd recommend it over water in any case.
Well, at least this isn't going to be like west of Lothian, where we can,
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say,
Where-
and good health starts with good hygiene.
where we can keep examining the, spittoons.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a small part of the bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secrets. There is so much to be discovered.
Let's go get drunk. Gotta go to the saloon. Okay. We should first get drunk, then go to our job. That's the best time to do an interview. After all, we will definitely get this job if we show up drunk.
Warning. Watch the dang door. Signed, Management. Food delivery for the lazy.
DoorDash in the old days.
I bet that piano hasn't been tuned since the De Leon administration. She's making the best of it, though.
Oh, come on, can't I get some service around here? I have a very important job interview, and I have to show up drunk.
Nothing upstairs but a bunch of empty rooms.
Wait, did I go through all of the empty rooms?
The local populace getting sloshed.
Alright, I have to deduct a point because we cannot show up drunk to our interview. But that's okay, we'll make the best of it. Maybe we could have gone to the doctor's and got something medicinal.
Locked.
Well, I think we have to get into a show for that at one point. At least I think that's what it was in the demo. It's been so long. I think it was like 2 years since I played the demo. Because if I remember right, you get the interview, and then you're trying to interview the Gentleman Jake fella. Oh, that person failed the interview. Ignore him.
Holy hell! Are you alright, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you. Doc, come quick. I've got an emergency.
How can I be of service?
Some poor fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Oh, great. Well, she left him alive
There he
this
is,
time.
poor bastard.
Oh dear.
Just testing the fall damage. There is, in fact, fall damage
Hello?
in Rosewater.
Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Sedgwick. I'm here to help you. Can you move your legs? Spine seems intact. No obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle.
I'd say you've got
He's
12
in a
hours
bad
to
way,
live.
But he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Miss Leger.
It was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
We'll be exiting through the window as well.
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Leger. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please?
Aha! Okay.
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Leger, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
I like to think that as we were reading it, she was actually saying it and just staring, like, right over her shoulder.
Very good. Oh, one more thing. Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
A lot of saving. This is one of those things where we really can get thrown out the window and die. We must test for science.
Come in.
Hello, Joan. I'm Harley Leger.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please take a load off. Whiskey?
Bit early for me, but thanks all the same.
Sensible. I like that. I, however, have had a morning, so if you don't mind.
See, they can get drunk for the interview, but I can't.
Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we? If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
Avoid the question. Yes. Makeup.
Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia. Got out, made my way west, and started writing. I saw your ad while I was up in Pierre. Thought a change of scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. I haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the toughs in Lyon, hilarious.
That piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
Oh, maybe we can reference Bill.
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't in connection with that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national tragedy, of course. But you know, I can't help remembering it as the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Hot damn. So, what's my assignment? A scathing commentary on Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting exposé on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that.
Hey, Sergio,
I
thanks
want
for
you
this
to
up.
interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
Who?
Pull the other one. You've been living under a rock. He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. A star like that landing in our little town. I'd
That
like something
rundown
in the vein of your
theater.
sample. Acerbic and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic.
So, a puff piece.
Yes.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero in a real frontier town.
Where can I find this Jake fellow?
He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road, and his show is opening today at the Opera House, so he should be around for an interview. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place
Hey,
to work.
welcome, Cat.
Longhand, how charming.
It's
Now,
going
if you have any
pretty
questions
good.
before you go, by all means, ask.
So, who is the man that went out your window?
That is
Not
the
another
question.
writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
I see. The Rosewater Post reported on the Lamplight City Expo?
It was only the biggest story that year. I still got copies of the article saved. Here, read it for yourself.
I want to say it was connection in with Lamplight City, particularly with the last chapter, that it mentioned something with that. But it's been so long since I played Lamplight City that I don't remember. But they do at least reference her late brother.
Can I keep this?
Frame it if you like.
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but... oh, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
We gotta get all the
About him.
deep lore about Rosewater.
I was hoping for more details.
Far as you're concerned, the only person in Rosewater worth knowing right now is Jake Ackerman. If you're so keen to know about the rest, go meet him for yourself.
I'm curious, how did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was
Yes.
a union man.
Bill, your grave
Worked
is on
in printing
fire.
press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
I do like how you can make the joke about, wake up, Bill, the garage is on fire. And then you can do that at the very finale at his grave. Oh yeah, that does look like a cane.
I don't want to seem ungrateful, but couldn't I write about something else? My style's more observational than, talking to people. I don't know that that's really my strong suit.
We're talking, aren't we? If you want to write for this paper, you're simply going to have to stretch yourself beyond what you might be accustomed to. Besides, it's not as if you have to say anything particularly brilliant. Just get your subject talking and take notes. Finish this assignment, and maybe the next one will be more to your liking.
I'd best be on my way.
Right, you are. Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar. You're Spitfire Harley.
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum. You took out a brute twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Haha, we found
Please call
something
me
to
Joni.
bond over. Oh, come on, we can't interact with the
Is this
booze.
the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
I feel disappointed by that.
March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of my life.
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things were going with Atwood and the Tratus, this place would have been swallowed up by an automated newspaper conglomerate. Labour Party gets me vote any day of the week.
Fair enough.
Let's get all the deep lore.
Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next? Nice typewriter.
A first. Good old Sheldon Model 4.
Hey, that's Devil's Tooth. I passed it on the train right here.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
Got it at the gift shop. Anything else we can ask about?
No time to waste gabbing, Leger. Get out there and write.
I'll just go out the window then.
That's quite a stick.
A memento from my grandfather, back in County Donegal. Comes in handy now and again.
I hope fixing that window won't be too expensive.
I may just leave it for a while. I'm enjoying the breeze.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
I'm very disappointed that we can't exit through the window.
Spitfire Harley, writing for my paper.
That's
I
worth a
doubt that
drink.
just beat all.
Right, article. We don't even do the interview. We're just like, we're gonna just make it all up.
Unless I want to write a piece of pure fiction, I should probably collect some material first.
Come on, Harley, you can wing it.
They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work.
I hope we get to
Must
actually
be
decide what
machinery.
kind of article we write. As that will undoubtedly be pretty fun.
That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be. Cozy.
Oh darn, we missed out on just simply writing the article right then and there and being like, yeah, totally interviewed him.
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so. Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid not. Only taffy and some peppermints.
What, you mean we don't want to
This
spread
place looks like even the
misinformation?
smallest of pleasures, shall we?
Ooh, maybe we can get into like an argument with Gentleman Jake and then try and paint him in the worst way possible. Oh, you're a new person?
Excuse me, kid. I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
I'm here on behalf of the Rosewater Post.
Did you make an appointment?
No, I just got the assignment.
Okay. Look, Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready for his show. It starts in less than an hour. Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well, now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about it, you should definitely see the show. Trust me, he's a real dazzler.
Okay,
Suppose it
get me
beats
some
waiting around
tickets.
here.
So,
Gentleman Jake's show will be starting at the theater soon. You won't want to miss a second of it.
if I remember right, we don't have tickets or such to get in. And then we have to look for a way in. You'd think the fellow would be like, hey, you want to see it? Come here, and we'll let you in. Alright, this super sleazy guy.
You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
It'd be great if the kid tried to pickpocket you again. He was just like hiding behind the pillar.
Nah. But your little friend might think twice about hoodwinking strangers again.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Your brother? And you just strolled away? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent grifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else on this wretched earth is going to give a flip if you're alive or dead?
You made your point. Now can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
I mean, he could do those on the
Nothing like
side.
that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary Wild West show. Only 20 coppers.
I'll take one of those tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean...
Do they have
today?
pea soup in the pea house?
Well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
Seriously, this ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many, and folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
There's like 10 people in this town.
Alright, look. I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a
Yeah, I
ticket
think this
to
was
get
probably
in.
a scam.
Of course, I might be able to sneak you in.
Ah, there it is.
But I'd be putting my job on the line, and I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family heirloom, you see.
Probably
What
going to be the
happened to it?
bag in
It
the
was
sheriff's
stolen
house.
is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably stashed it away in the old smithy. She's been squatting
Oh,
in
that's
there
how
for
we
weeks
needed to
now.
get into the smithy.
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself. He's real tore up over losing it.
I hope he gets caught and locked up for good.
And you're letting him risk his neck again? He'll be collared in no time. Like as not, you'll never see him again.
Oh, I know. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm
Unless
asking
you
to
do
it
something.
before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
You said you and your brother needed money. How about 2 crowns?
Well, now, that's mighty kind of you. But this don't change the deal.
You son of a...
Bastard.
You want in, you gotta do me that favor.
Ah, there's no option to hit him. Bribery is supposed to work. It's a sacred, trust. Okay. Oh, let me in or else.
If this Lola stole from you, why not report it to the sheriff?
Because the
Oh,
pocket
come
watch
on.
is
I thought you
stolen.
was sharp. That lazy tyrant would cuff my brother and me soon as look at us. It's just the two of us. Me and him against the world. We got no one else to turn to. So, will you help us out?
Hey, Roberto, thank you for the sub.
That kid deserves better than getting strung up for doing your dirty work. Call him off. I'll handle it.
Swell. You know where to find me.
Why aren't my fists in the inventory? I can use them on him. The real question is, I don't remember how you get in there. I want to say you could probably take those bag of lockpicks from the sheriff to pick this. How you distract the sheriff.
This padlock's not going anywhere. Not without encouragement. Too bad I didn't bring my lockpicks. Or a hammer.
Bring all of them.
If I use my bare hands, the only thing I'll get is a broken wrist. But if I use something heavy...
Get the typewriter. Ooh, can I get anything in the railway? Maybe there's a hammer there. But I feel like that the bag of lockpicks is probably what we need. Oh, too bad we don't get like a town with no name end in. Or we just board a train and leave. It probably is a scam.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
You didn't even notice I was there. How did you
Hey,
know it was
Sheriff?
me?
What can I do you for?
Were you aware that a man was thrown from the window at the Rosewater Post?
Is that right? Who was it?
Never saw him before. Looked New Spanish.
Is he alive?
Yes, he's in Doc Sedgwick's care.
Well, that's good. Sounds like I need to
Oh,
have
we might have
words
had the
with
means to get the
Jody,
bag.
though.
Just how long have you been the sheriff here anyway?
You should go and do
Oh, a
that
couple
right
years
now.
Like most everyone else, I came to Rosewater in '48 when we thought the hills were full of Orem. Except I stayed when it turned out they weren't.
You were a prospector?
Yep. But it turns out lawman was a
Hey,
more
welcome, Rudico.
stable career.
A man in your position must have plenty to say about the town he serves.
Suppose that's true. But a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need to know.
Anything of interest in the surrounding area?
Not really. The San Bernardo Valley don't offer much in the way of sightseeing. There's an army fort, Fort Beaumont, and an abandoned relic that used to be a laboratory. There's also an Indian village on the other side of the valley. But you'll want to steer clear. I've heard
Ooh.
tell they can be
Thank you for the sub.
real territorial. But all that's outside
Oh,
my
which game were you
jurisdiction.
playing,
When you
Rudico?
leave my town, you're taking your chances out there.
That little weasel Jem is a real piece of work. What's his deal?
Did he cause you any trouble?
Nah, just tried putting on airs with his town greeter routine. But he was on his way once I let him know I wasn't having any of it.
That boy. He ain't a bad kid. Just been dealt a bad hand.
Ah,
I've
gotcha.
tried setting him straight, but his head's harder than granite. Maybe it's time I set my foot down. Show him the inside of himself for a while.
Trust me, that'll only make things worse. Perhaps rather than tossing away the bad apple, you might look in the barrel and figure out what made it rot.
Say, you ain't one of those social reformer types, are you?
Let's just say I've seen my share of cruddy barrels. Are you acquainted with Lola Johnson?
Not really. She mostly keeps to herself. As long as she don't cause trouble, I'm willing to overlook the squatting.
Oh, wait, she's a squatter.
I saw a lady coming out of the saloon earlier. She was older, fancy looking.
Maybe I
sounded
could
old country.
use that as a means to
Any
break
idea
in.
who that is?
Can't say it rings any bells. Wonder what someone like that'd be doing in Rosewater.
What's the story with Gentleman Jake?
Which one? If even half of them are true, he's a lion among men, a real Western hero. But you can catch his show while he's in town and hear it straight from the source.
Can you tell me about Joan Gallagher?
Whew, I've yet to meet anyone with a more fiery temper. My advice is to stay on Joni's good side. You don't want to end up going out the window like that poor bastard.
I feel like that she just makes sure that the glass for that window is as shoddy as possible so that it breaks easier, just so it's more dramatic for throwing people out.
Is Doc Sedgwick on the up and up, or is he one of those frontier quacks?
Oh no, Doc Sedgwick's tried and true. Well, he saved the town from a yellow fever epidemic just last year. The doc's pretty much the glue holding this town together. Leastways, that's what he's fond of telling everybody.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
I can't just swipe these from right under his nose.
Sure we can.
Hey, Sheriff?
Huh?
Why have you got a horseshoe hanging above the door?
Ah, glad you asked.
He's gonna tell a story.
My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil. The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see. So, the blacksmith took a red-hot horseshoe and nailed it straight onto one of his hooves. The devil howled out in pain. He begged the blacksmith to take it off again. The smith agreed, but on one condition. The devil must always respect the horseshoe and never enter any place where one is hung above the door. Hell of a story, wouldn't you say?
I see what you did there, Sheriff.
What a peculiar decoration. Hey, Sheriff?
Tell me the story about your
What's the story
guns.
with these guns?
these are standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles. Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the line of duty. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these.
That was not as enjoyable of a story.
Reminder, confiscated items.
Okay, that's what we had before. So we've checked everything. Maybe then we need to check with the dog. Maybe he'll give us something. Or there's some item there that we're missing. Oh, search. This might be helpful. Maybe we can get something heavy.
Nothing inside but a colony of ants.
We can get those ants to help us.
Sarsaparilla. Soft drink crates. A sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat. I hope that isn't the...
Okay, that's just the one thing about
Can't be a good
that.
sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies.
We need those lockpicks. We gotta begin our life of crime.
Hello again.
Hey, Doc.
Miss Leger.
So, how's the medicine business?
What a question. I'm a physician, Miss Leger, not some two-bit snake oil salesman.
Didn't mean to imply you were.
I'm sure. At any rate, I've not had many patients of late. This poor soul is the only one this week. But that is the physician's dilemma, is it not? We are taught that idleness is a sin.
It's
But
a
that I am
type of
idle,
drink.
the townsfolk healthy, then my surgery be full of the ill and infirm.
Got any knowledge to impart about Rosewater?
Oh, well, it's a fine town.
You don't sound too enthused.
I'm sure you'll find plenty to see and do here.
Give it to me straight, Doc. I want to know your thoughts on this place. Warts and all.
Were Rosewater one of my patients, I would say the prognosis is not good. Not since all the Aurum claims dried up and the airship routes opened, leapfrogging over our rail line. The hangers-on keep this place gasping for breath, but I fear they only prolong the inevitable. I hope I haven't discouraged you, but you did ask my opinion.
You mean we could have ridden by airship all along?
If things are so bad, why not pick up and move elsewhere?
I swore an oath to do no harm, Miss Leger.
I'm not trying to kill the
Only
town.
physician, leaving would mean abandoning my patients. There may not be many left to call on my services, but when they do, I am the only barrier standing between them and the grave.
Isn't that a bit dramatic, Doc?
Say what you will, I know where I stand on the matter.
Why not train somebody to take over for you?
I did have an apprentice not long ago, my ward, Nadine.
What happened to her?
Oh, this is no kind of life for a restless young person. I encouraged her to put her talents to use elsewhere. She's ministering to the local native tribe now.
Who is this tribe?
Oh, that's the one we were
I
told to
don't
stay
know
away
much
from.
about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. I believe they call themselves the Audam? Autumn? I'm not certain of the pronunciation. At any rate, they don't come to the town, and I imagine the townsfolk mostly let them be as well.
You must know all about the townsfolk.
I am well acquainted with all their ailments, proclivities, and vices. But if you're just seeking gossip, you'll have to find it elsewhere.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
I wanted to find out all their dirty secrets and they won't let
He
us.
doesn't look half bad, all things considered.
No, he was lucky. Once I'm done here and the laudanum wears off, he should be right as rain.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I wouldn't try talking to him just now, Miss Leger. I gave him a mild narcotic to numb the pain. He'll be out of sorts for a while.
Hey, maybe he'll say some funny shit while he's all doped up. Ooh, a bag.
What's in the pouch?
Oh, just some supplies for house calls and emergencies.
Yoink.
Pretty common-looking leather pouch. The stuff inside isn't of much use to me.
Oh, maybe we can swipe it for the lockpicks. Don't mind me. Maybe we can distract the sheriff by saying, "Look over there, a three-headed monkey."
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
Why do you keep bothering me?
I can't swap the bags with the sheriff sitting right there. Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Just saying hello.
I see. Well, hope you're keeping out of trouble.
Sheriff, you should definitely look behind you. I got it. I'll take like the bag, throw it at the horseshoe, knock it off, and then while he's trying to fix it, that's when I'll switch the bags. Alright, so we are missing something. I don't think we can go down the alleys.
Good to see you again.
Alright, so I can't take that box. Oh, I don't think I've interrogated him. Maybe he has some
Excuse
stuff
me?
to say.
How can I be of assistance?
What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Leger.
Why's that?
A few years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed that's no longer the case.
Now it's a ghost town.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Orem actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on, convinced they'll find something everyone else missed. I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west are shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear over the country than ride the rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one Joni hired on shortly after launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Anything I should
Wait,
know about
give us all the gossip.
Can't really help you there.
Dick
I'm just
Divot.
a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
No one wants the gossip in this town.
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office. He wouldn't be put off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Leger. The missus tells me I ought to shave, but I'm fond of the look.
As you should be. I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Well, that wasn't as helpful, but still good. It's like, come on, give us all the deep lore. Guess that sends us back to the saloon, so we can go in the Undertaker's.
Business seems slow today. Probably a good thing.
Yeah, we can't get into there either. Maybe there's something in this area that we missed. Ooh, maybe like a stone. That could probably break things.
This place is falling apart, but these stone tiles were nice. Once.
It looks like it does let me. Okay. I want to do a backup save just for whenever I finish the game. I'm going back and I am definitely hitting this guy on the head with a rock. I wonder if we can break the lock with that. You're gonna let me in to see Gentleman Jake.
You can keep your things, miss. I'm not interested.
Okay, I guess not. Well, I mean, eventually things fall apart for places. People move on.
These seem to be for decoration more than anything else.
Especially with a lot of those cities and towns.
Someone's hunting trophy.
Because, I mean, those towns spring up for reasons in the area, but once those reasons are gone, you know, kind of, everyone moves on. Just say you're not interested. You're right, that's how you get past it. Alright, let's see if we can break the lock like that.
That did it. The tile's no good anymore, though.
Well, that works. I'm guessing there has to have been a way to switch the pouches and get the one thing, get the lockpicks.
That could be a good spot to stash something. Emptier than that fool Jem's head. Absolutely nothing. Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
Oh.
What in the ether is going on here?
You must be Lola Johnson.
That's right, Lola Johnson, who lives here.
I'd like to see your deed.
I thought it had a certain domestic charm. Nice setup you have in here.
I don't know what you're playing at, but my patience is wearing thin.
I'll be going.
You do that.
Hang on a sec. Okay, good. I was expecting her to be like, hold on a moment. What's that in your pocket? We were probably sent on a wild goose chase with this damn watch anyway.
Here's your watch back.
No fooling. You actually got it?
By a whisker. Lola turned up just as I was leaving.
Did she see you take it?
Don't think so. Anyways, that's my part of the bargain held up. You gonna let me in now?
Sure, go on. Oh, and thanks. I know we've had our tiffs, but I really do appreciate you getting this for me. My dear departed pa can rest easy again knowing his watch is back where it belongs.
I have
That's
great
not your watch
skepticism.
at all, is it?
Well, it is now.
Kid, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to tell the time on that thing is by squatting over a mirror. You get me?
Yes, ma'am.
Run for the hills, Jim. Why are you still around?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills? Are you ready for some excitement? Are you ready for some fun?
He's really hyping this up. Heckle.
Get on with it already.
Oh, that's right. You could heckle the entire time.
The star of our show, the last man standing at the Bleachbone Gulch Showdown. The only man to defeat bastard Billy Boakes in a duel. The man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage. Gentleman Jake Ackerman!
I think you have the wrong camera, Nuko. He can't even afford a real horse.
Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gentleman Jake's Wild West. We got a heck of a performance for you today, but first, allow me to introduce my brave and loyal assistant, Danny Luo.
I thought it was actually going to be like, at first, a word from our sponsors.
Now
No.
let's get this show on the road.
I think that it's actually the same fella as the voice actor for Kenny from Walking Dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, lasso yourself one someday.
You couldn't rope a steer if it invited itself in for dinner.
I forgot how much fun it is heckling. I think they call you out on it.
As the duelist stood and stared, but Billy Boakes had never fought. Somebody's so prepared. Jake drew his gun. And bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
You sure you didn't just bore him to death?
Always gotta pick heckle.
And now for a most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights. You see those 5 juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display? Ladies and gentlemen, affix your eyes on that green ball in particular.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Not dare blink.
We'll just blame it on someone else.
For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air.
Big deal. You were practically next to him.
Okay, that one was kind of uncalled for.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much. You've been a truly magnanimous, magnificent, and majestic audience.
Except that one person.
You can take home a piece of the legend. Come on down to the Check of Diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Oh, come on, one last heckle. I regret nothing.
I'm telling you, Jake, I need that money tonight.
You knew the deal going in, Charlie. There's nothing I can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Hope I'm not interrupting, gentlemen.
My friend here was just saying his farewells. Weren't you, Charlie?
Until later.
Please do pardon that unpleasant display. What can I do for you, my dear?
Name's
Oh,
Harley Leger.
please have a heckle
I'd
option.
like to interview you for the Rosewater Post.
Well, shucks, it would be my pleasure, Miss Leger. Shall we go upstairs to my room? Beats standing out here in the dust.
Lead on.
Miss Leger, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Leger.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
Yes, that's definitely the word for it.
I'm glad you think so. Wait a minute.
He's figured me out.
You?
Yeah, so what? I like keeping performers on their toes. That way their heads don't swell up.
What a refreshing perspective, Miss Leger. I appreciate your candor. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Oh, yeah, I see. It wasn't that bad. Tell me your real story, Jake.
So what do you do when you're not gunslinging or adventuring?
Well, you were at the show. You saw it firsthand.
Right, but what about hobbies? Pastimes?
Well, I ain't the type to sit around reading novels, if that's what you're getting at.
I know, he actually did take it quite well.
You're clearly a man of great deeds. Which would you say has been your greatest?
I value all my accomplishments equally, Miss Leger.
But I do like that they call you out on it.
Diminish the others. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
Of course
What a
not.
noble sentiment.
I like to think so.
Is there anything that frightens the mighty gentleman Jake?
You know, somebody once told me, fear is only as deep as the mind allows. When you deal with the type of folks out on the frontier that I do, marauders, bandits, desperados, your
Hecklers.
fears, have got to be shallow. Otherwise, you won't last 2 seconds.
What's something nobody knows about you? Give me something juicy.
I'm something of an open book, Miss Leger. Keeping
Yeah, he
secrets
definitely
ain't
could.
really my modus operandi.
Come on, everyone's got secrets.
Oh, I think you'll find I'm not like most folk.
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Leger. I've got another...
Oh, I really wanted to ask his real story.
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
Well, I look forward to reading your story in the next edition. Danny, see the lady out, would you?
That's probably a more
Good meeting you, Danny. Guess I'll
less
see you around.
diplomatic way of putting it.
Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake, get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me the runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
Are you sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid.
My juggling days are over.
Let's dance, cowboy.
I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This can get ugly.
From where I'm standing, it's pretty damn ugly already. Hey!
So that's how you want it,
You're not supposed to block mine.
I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done. Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady.
There's trouble for you.
Oopsie daisy.
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these boys were hardly playing fair.
Hey, Charlie, looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Ah, shit.
Whoo-wee! That got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to write.
Hang on just a minute. I'd be a fool to just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that may interest you.
Well,
What about Miss Sally?
he does need a new juggler. How good are you at juggling, Miss Leger?
Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job. And I
Least.
think you'd make a damn fine addition to the team.
What sort of job?
Ever hear of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Of course. The etheric researcher. What about him?
Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations at the Opera House. Till one day, he just up and vanished. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
And you want to go looking for him?
Oh, I want to go looking all right. The thing is, we're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
Come again?
Ooh.
The feller was loaded. Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash?
That's a good
Surely
question.
it's all just
I actually don't know what that
numbers on a
painting's
ledger
supposed to be.
Nope, I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this, a swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. The vast fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot and makes himself scarce.
You know, Jake would be a pretty good writer with this kind of descriptive language.
To return. Now, he's the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery? Or is he just
that one. I don't know what that painting is of.
Forgotten and worthless. See, we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been outlawed, he can't touch it. And it's a drop in the ocean for the investors. They'll never miss it.
How many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find. But I promise you, we'll all get a fair split. Enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town.
Oh, the sheriff did mention that.
We poke around there, retrace his steps, and it should lead us straight to the loot.
I know, it does kind of look like
now,
a person.
Call me crazy, but I get the impression you're not entirely convinced.
Truth be told, I'm not. How can you be sure Clark isn't just holed up in some cave with his cash? Or that someone didn't off him so they could claim it for themselves? We follow Clark, and whatever vanished him could end up vanishing us, too.
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Leger. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
How long have you known him, Danny? All of, one day.
Need a little more than just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
They like buying things and showing off?
Quite the contrary. If you don't hold on to your money, you can't stay rich.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe. Clark's cash is out there. I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything. But we could use somebody who's good in the fights.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book.
See, now that's pretty enticing.
Right up in the local rag. I'm offering you a front row seat to a much better show.
Oh, looks like a walkway?
What do you say?
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in. At the very least, this venture should make for an interesting tale.
I'm pleased to hear you say that.
You won't regret this, Miss Leger.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please, call me Jake.
Alright, but I've got to make sure that we get our book rights and his movie rights.
Dr. Clark's laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. After getting run out of Lamplight City, this is where he went to ground. A secluded desert facility where he could get up to who knows what. Jake, Danny, and I head there at first light to see what secrets he left behind.
I think this is where the demo ended.
I'll say. What the hell was Clark doing?
Definitely should write about
That's
it.
a question for minds greater than ours, Miss Leger.
Just go back to town. Sorry, Jake, lost interest.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
I've got some more questions about you.
I'm always happy to answer.
How'd you and Danny get together?
I was packing up after a run of shows in Quick Point, having a hard time of it. You see, my assistant had up and left a few days prior, so I was flying solo.
Your assistant left? Why?
The showman's life ain't for everybody. I don't fault him for it. Anyhow, Danny comes up and offers to help with the crates. You should have seen him. Eyes wide, hands shaking, downright charming. So Danny gives me a hand and we get to talking. Turns out he's got experience roping and shooting. He even gave me a demonstration.
How about
I offered
that?
him the job as my assistant on the spot. The rest, as they say, is history.
I feel like we haven't established whether Harley can juggle, though. See, that's the most important contribution she could be making to the show.
Just how did you come to learn about Clark's money?
Not long ago, I got to talking with a feller at the saloon. The whiskey had loosened his lips and he blabbed all about the success of his aurum claim. But then he told me about how he'd invested most of that aurum in Clark's research and how he wasn't the only one.
And you're certain these investors won't be wanting their money back?
Can't speak for the rest, but this feller won't. See, his aforementioned loose lips got him into trouble with some other folk. Poor bastard was shot dead in the street.
I see.
What if his ghost comes back, Jake?
Would you care to recount some of your previous adventures?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid now just ain't the time. Soon as we have a respite, I'll be glad to regale you.
Yeah.
I'm impressed, Miss Leger. Never thought I'd live to see the day Jake refused to tell his story.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Yeah, I feel like we could have asked about the stories along the
Hey,
way.
Danny?
Ma'am?
I want to know something about you, Danny.
Okay. Like what?
You and Jake known each other long?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess it's been about 2 years?
Sounds about right.
Time goes by quick when you travel around as much as we do.
What did you do before becoming Jake's assistant?
Oh, nothing glamorous. I was a stable hand in Quick Point. Life with Gentleman Jake is certainly more...
Hey, Jetto, thank you for the sub.
lively.
Just how old are you, anyway?
I'll be 21 this winter, but I can handle myself just fine if that's what you're worried about.
True enough. Danny's more experienced than some folk twice his age. You'd be a fool to underestimate him.
And he's got guns.
Have you got any family?
Sure. My parents and older brother live on the coast, near El Presidio. I write them every month. I haven't seen them in a dog's age, though. But Jake's been like family to me, really.
We should get a move on.
Watch out for the booby traps!
Guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the front door is not wide open for us.
That's a serious-looking lock.
So, how are we supposed to get in?
Know if there are any locksmiths in town?
I'd prefer if we handled this ourselves. My old pal Captain Stokes is stationed nearby at Fort Beaumont. He owes me a favor, or two.
Maybe he could give us some high-powered equipment to get inside.
You read my
Yeah.
mind, Danny boy.
I love the
do any harm to take
butterflies.
a look around out here first, though.
Yeah, normally when they paint Keep Out, you'll put like skulls or
Ages
something.
for any correspondence to get out here.
Probably beats having to hike into town, though.
Looks like Clark missed his last mail delivery.
See, I feel like they could just break that window and go in.
Seems to be from another scientist.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. The turning point in your
Yeah, if they put butterflies on the Keep Out sign, that means it's serious business.
I'm sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersoul. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
Oh, now we just gotta find the console.
Dr. Clark really liked his sarsaparilla. There must be at least 30 empty bottles in these crates.
I once drank 10 bottles of sarsaparilla for a bet.
Did you win?
Well, yes, and no.
They won, but at what cost?
Doing some tidying, are we?
We might find some use for these. Come help me. I can't carry them all myself.
Hey, I ain't gonna start belly aching if you want to go around collecting refuse. Might fetch us a few shillings if we sell them back at the Jack of Diamonds.
There you go. And some for you.
Thanks.
Look on the bright side, we can also smash them over people's heads.
The good doctor was pretty self-sufficient out here. Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself.
Venom? No. Yeah, just rip them out with our bear strength.
This is one of the sturdiest locks I've ever seen.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
I wonder if we can comment on the butterflies.
Locked up tight.
Whoever closed this place up really didn't want anybody getting in.
He got creative. Uh-oh. A stranger enters.
What are you doing? This is no place for sightseers.
And just who in the ether are you?
Such disrespect. You toy with forces you do not understand.
The lady asked you a question,
Yeah,
sir.
stop being cryptic.
Heed my warning. Stay away from this place. Its mysteries are not for you.
Looks like a
Hey,
stoner.
hey.
You dropped your hat.
You forgot your hat?
What was that all about?
Good question.
I can wear it.
Why was that man wearing it as
It's
a hat?
tinfoil. Even better.
This isn't really my style.
That's a perfect style. God damn it, we can't keep it on. I wanted to play the game
No
just
sign of that odd bearded fellow. I wonder where he
with
scampered
wearing
off to.
tinfoil.
I reckon we got ourselves bigger fish to fry right now, Miss Leger.
Okay, so we can go to the fort. Trying to see if there's any other places. The alien cats want to take over Earth. But we only get that idea when we're wearing the tinfoil. Because they're blocking our thoughts.
Hey, look, a show!
What a racket.
She's pretty good, though.
Anda! Caramba! Excuse me? I said, excuse me. Hey!
Caramba, you made me miss. What do you want?
Who are you, and what are you doing out here?
I am Marisol de la Vega, Lieutenant General of the Constitutional Army of New Spain. My compadre is Corporal Eugenio Garcia.
Pleasure. I'm Harley Leger, and these are my associates Jake Ackerman and Danny Luo.
Good to meet you. In answer to your second question, Eugenio and I are practicing our shooting while we wait for our jefe to conclude his business.
Who did you say you were waiting for?
Our leader, General Filomeno Marquez. Surely you've heard of him.
Yeah, of course, the great General Marquez.
Afraid not.
Híjole, it really is true. Vespuccians don't pay attention to anything unless it happens right in front of their faces. You do not know of the new Spanish Revolution?
Should
No,
I?
but lay the deep lore upon me. Tell me about the
What
revolution.
about this revolution, then?
I do not have the time or the desire to explain the particulars of our struggle to you. Pick up a non-imperialist periodical if you can find one, and you might learn something.
Do you know anything about the laboratory just over yonder?
That abandoned wreck is a laboratory?
It was at some point.
Clearly you know more about it than I do.
That's all for now. Happy shooting.
Thanks, gringa.
Can we take the torch?
Nobody in sight, but I'm sure there are guards somewhere. Hey, anybody in there?
What is it?
Would you happen to know anything about the lab just over that way?
No, and quite frankly, I don't care to.
I bet this guy doesn't gossip either.
What do you all get up to in this place?
I'm really not at liberty to say, ma'am.
The gossip is classified.
We'd like to come in, please.
More unannounced visitors? Must be my lucky day. What country exiled you?
None. We just want to speak with Captain Stokes.
Afraid he's indisposed.
Why don't you tell Stokes that Jake Ackerman needs a word?
Gentleman Jake?
At your service.
We're not in the market for entertainment. It's like I said. Oh, dad blasted. Would you knock it off with the shooting already? I can't hear myself think!
You call yourself a soldier when the sound of gunfire sets you quivering like a coward? Pathetic.
Look, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be asking to see Captain Stokes if it wasn't important.
I opened the gate for the last person who said that to me today. And what did I get as a reward? His 2 cronies raising hell for the past hour. No, ma'am, not again.
Carry on, soldier.
I can rough them up for you. I would try bribe him, but that hasn't worked out well for me.
No handles. Must only open from the inside. Sturdy. That thing has seen some action.
Let's question this guy then. Tell me all your secrets.
You again? What is it now?
Say, do you think you could practice your shooting somewhere else?
Why?
The fort guard isn't happy about the noise.
Well, then maybe he should choose another profession.
Heck damn it, why are they offering me bribes? I bet I could beat you.
Pretty good, but I bet I can beat you.
I've never even used a gun.
I am the best shot in New Spain.
Care to prove it?
Gladly. But a large stationary target such as this
Oh,
is
no.
not suitable for a contest. If you wish to challenge me, find some moving targets.
Can we use these bottles as targets?
Indeed, we
Oh,
can.
the bottles actually
Very
serve a
well.
purpose.
Prepare to be humiliated.
It's
Jake,
probably true.
Could you give us a hand?
My pleasure.
How many bottles are there?
About 30.
Then we will each shoot at 5. Whoever breaks the most wins.
Sounds fair.
I am feeling generous this morning. Would you like the opportunity to practice first?
Yes, actually.
Very well.
Ready with those bottles, Jake?
Yep, get ready. Set. Bottle in the air.
I'll get the next one.
Incoming.
I'll get the next one.
Incoming.
Pure luck.
Incoming.
Nice shot.
Bottle in the air.
Pure luck. Let us hope you improve very quickly. All right, for real this time.
Ready, set, bottle in the air.
Ah, shit.
You missed.
Here we go.
Damn it.
Incoming.
Pure luck.
Bottle in the air.
Nice shot.
Bottle in the air.
Nice shot.
My turn.
Incoming.
No, no.
Take that.
Bottle in the air.
Anda.
Bottle in the air.
Take that.
Incoming.
Dale.
Bottle in the air.
Damn.
Oh, I should have practiced more.
Better luck next time, sweetheart.
That's okay, there will be a next time. I demand a rematch. Bottle in the air, indeed.
You again. What is it now?
I wasn't quite prepared last time. How about we try shooting again?
If you insist. Remember, whoever hits the most out of 5 bottles wins.
What if we tie?
Mustache wax?
No need for name calling, madam. Ready, set, bottle in the air.
I'll get the next one.
Incoming.
I'll get the next one.
Ah, jeez.
Here we go.
You
Incoming.
Nice shot.
There we go.
Here we go.
Hot damn. My turn.
Bottle
Ah,
in the
this is
air.
gonna be bad.
Dale.
Incoming.
So I'm guessing she hits 4, so I have to hit all 5 to win.
Here we go.
Maybe third time's a charm.
Here we go.
Yeah, so it looks like... So it looks like she always misses the last one.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance, Miss Leger.
Oh, nice. He's gonna turn on easy mode for me.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
You're good with your gun. What's the best way to hit a moving target?
Oh, well, I find concentration is key. Just visualize hitting the target and you won't go wrong.
How about an encore of your juggling ball trick? Beat that lady at shooting, and we can get her to practice elsewhere.
I see. Not a bad plan, but I make it a point never to perform without a crowd. Ask Danny. He's a good shot, but a little practice couldn't hurt him.
Any idea who that odd fellow with the beard was?
Not a clue. Sure seemed a few cows short of a herd, didn't he?
I'll say. Let's hope he doesn't cause us any trouble. How are we supposed to get into the fort?
Good question. I figured it'd be a breeze, but the guard's ornery as a mama bear with a sore teat. We need to figure out how to get on his good side.
You'd think they'd be out of bullets by now.
How about you go easy on me with those bottles? They're awful fast.
Want me to give you the advantage, huh? All right. I'll slow my hand a bit for you. Let's just hope that little firebrand doesn't take notice.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Alright, let's cheat.
Hey!
You again? What is it now?
Hey, welcome.
Third time's the charm. Let's go again.
I'm beginning to think you enjoy losing.
How did you know?
Let's get this over with.
Ready, set, here we go!
Damn
it.
Incoming!
I'll get the next one.
Bottle in the air!
Oh, I am terrible at this.
Damn it!
Bottle in the air!
Pure luck.
Here we go!
I'm definitely gonna have to practice this.
Bottle in the air!
Probably gonna have to just do the bribe.
Anda! Bottle in the air!
Anda!
Bottle in the air!
Dale.
Yeah, why don't we throw it at the guard?
Another victory for me. Didn't even stand a chance.
Just bribe them.
Hey!
I like how they also suggest that there's only 30 bottles.
What do you say I make it worth your while to go practice shooting somewhere else?
You take me for some common bandit? Mira que cabrona. Keep your coins. And don't
Ah,
insult me.
dagnabbit. I can't. Why do the bribes not work?
I think you've embarrassed yourself enough.
That's all for now. Happy shooting.
Thanks, gringa.
Danny, you do this.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Shooting's clearly not my specialty. Think you can teach that show-off a lesson?
It'll be my pleasure. Excuse me, ma'am?
My friend here has embarrassed themselves enough. Let me do this.
What do you want, boy?
I think I'd like to beat you at that bottle shooting.
Oh, this is gonna be good. All right, kid. Let's see what you got.
Why don't you go first? Show me how it's done.
My pleasure.
Ready, set, bottle in the air!
Damn!
Incoming!
Take that!
Oh, she missed the first one that time.
Take that!
Bottle in the air!
Híjole!
Incoming!
What? She missed it.
Take that!
She missed 2 shots that time.
Ready, Danny boy?
Yep. Don't worry about the warnings. Just throw.
Yeah, clearly we should have had Danny do this from the get-go.
Don't believe this. Beaten by a chinito de mierda. Eugenio, vámonos de aquí.
She's not a very good sport.
Never mind her. That was some fine
Yeah.
shooting.
I would have beaten her eventually. I've got to save my pride.
Sure was. You weren't kidding about being good with those pistols.
It was nothing. But thanks.
It's like, I should have been able to heckle.
What is it?
Honestly, they missed an opportunity to have Jake and Danny heckle me a bit for messing with the bottles.
Sure is a nice, peaceful morning, isn't it?
That actually would have been a pretty funny callback.
What happened to those cacophonous varmints?
They took their business elsewhere. Now, would you be so kind as to let us in?
So long as you promise to keep it down.
Deal.
Well, whatever. We're in the fort now.
Well now, what have we here?
I appreciate your hospitality, Captain, but I must admit I am perplexed by the change in your position.
It's not my position, General Marquez. It's the position of the government of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia. I have some discretion in the execution of my orders, but I'm sure you can appreciate that there's a chain of command.
I am, of course, most grateful for the aid you have rendered in the past. I am sure that your recommendations carry weight with your superiors. If you would be willing to lend your influence in support of our cause.
Perhaps we can speak of this at another time, Mr. Marquez. As I said, I have other concerns to deal with.
Of course. I look forward to our next meeting.
Is he the same fella that got thrown out the window?
Man to see.
Ackerman, how the hell are you?
Leave this to me. I'll have Stokes eaten from the palm of my hand.
Good day, Captain. Madam? Just a moment. I have seen you before.
That's right. I'm glad to see you on your feet again.
No, this is set in like an alternate history, steampunk US.
I owe you my thanks.
Happy to help.
What's your name, anyway?
Harley Leger. This is Danny Luo, and over there is Jake Ackerman.
Sir? I am General Filomeno Marquez. Though Filomeno seems to be difficult for you Vespuccians, so you may call me Phil.
Phil it is. Good to meet you.
So we're going out in the Wild
What
West?
brings you to the fort?
We're looking for help getting into the abandoned lab back there.
And why might that old ruin interest you, eh?
It might be a nice hotel.
We're looking for something, and there's a chance we could find some clues there.
Only clues? Perhaps there are other useful items as well. In fact, I could get the laboratory open so we could both go in, if Stokes were not so stingy with his munitions.
How do you mean?
My specialty is demolitions and explosives. I just do not have any on hand right now.
How
But
convenient.
perhaps the captain might once again be willing to assist a fellow warrior in a righteous cause, but...
It's like I told Mr. Marquez, my hands are tied. Much as I'd like to help, I've got enough to worry about with my men missing.
Oh, sounds like we've got a quest.
Search, so if you'll excuse me.
Hold your horses, Captain. How about we come with? I'm sure you could use the extra eyes.
It's mighty kind of you, Ackerman. Can't promise it'll be safe, though. We'll be going near native territory.
Come on, Stokes. You forget who you're talking to? I laugh in the face of danger. We'll ride with you.
Your friend is quite the braggadocio, no?
That's Jake for you, as colorful as they come.
You're all in, then?
Apparently so.
I will accompany you as well.
Sorry, who are you?
Y'all can get acquainted on the trail. Let's get going. Sun's almost up. Appreciate y'all coming out with me. Strength in numbers and all that.
Our pleasure, Captain.
Exactly who is it you're looking for?
My first lieutenant, John Mulberry.
So when did your man go missing?
He left leading the patrol last evening and they never returned. I just hope the natives didn't get him. Things have been a bit tense of late.
You been stationed at Fort Beaumont long?
Nearly 4 years now. For the most part, it's a fairly quiet post. Of course, Rosewater's nearby and usually good for a diversion.
On that note, I'd be honored to have you at my show, Captain.
Ah, yes. Soon enough, Ackerman.
Assuming the natives were responsible for Mulberry's disappearance, what are we supposed to do?
Get him and the men back if we can, by any means necessary. If that means burning that village to the ground, then God help me, I'll do it. No man left behind, that's my motto.
That seems awfully drastic. What have the natives done to deserve such a show of force?
Miss Leger, with all due respect, you've no idea what you're talking about. We've already given these folks an inch, but they have taken a mile. The government's tried appeasing them with treaties and such, but those ain't worth the paper they're written on. You'd sooner reason with a coyote.
Well, I think... Ah!
My hat!
Engines!
Trouble commences.
So far, we have been stymied in our efforts to search Clark's laboratory. Captain Stokes let out a search patrol, and he let all us supplicants tag along. But it wasn't enough to deter the native war party that ambushed us. Stokes slipped the trap laid for him, leaving us four to stand in his stead. Now we await intelligence of our captors and some sign of our fate.
We gotta do a breakout.
It's a fine turn of events.
Man, this is gonna be great for a write-up.
Must be for storage. Completely empty. It's quite ornate. Brightens the place up, I suppose.
It is noble to find beauty in dark moments, but perhaps not so very useful.
Yeah, I think it's Cord.
I suppose all of these were made here. Quite a collection.
He's lost his lucky hat.
How are you doing, Jake?
Been better, but you're a peach for asking. I'm just trying to come up with a way to get us out of here.
Did you manage to see what became of Captain Stokes?
No, I was a mite preoccupied. But I'm inclined to take the fact that he's not in here with us as a favorable sign.
Steal their corn so you can throw it at them later. See, you're thinking just right, Cat.
Surely a fellow of daring do like yourself has been in a predicament like this before.
But alas, I don't think I
More
can.
times than I can count.
How do you manage to get free?
Well, you gotta understand, every situation's different. Easiest way's usually bribing a guard, but sometimes you gotta get creative. Well, this one time but no, that wouldn't work here.
Why
The
not?
Colt of the Corn will remember it? No.
Coming by them in here will be next to impossible.
If you've got a plan, it's at least worth trying.
I reckon you're right. Main thing I need is something pliable, like wax or soft wood. Then something sharp to shape it with, and finally some shiny material. Metallic looking would be best. Find me those things, and we might be in business.
I'll leave you to your thoughts. Dried corn. At least we won't starve.
If that's all there is, starving might be preferable.
Oh, the Colt of the Corn will remember that.
Empty.
For now.
Empty.
For now.
Ooh, that might be a wax.
A block of soap. Now, if only I had some water. Smells like lye. This isn't really my style.
Quick, we must think of conspiracies to get out of here.
Hey, Danny?
What is it?
What's wrong? Nervous?
Aren't you?
Not really. I don't think these folks mean us any harm. If they did, they wouldn't have gone through the trouble of capturing us.
I didn't think of it that way. I sure hope you're right.
Got anything that might work for Jake's plan?
Sorry, Miss Leger. I haven't got anything.
Were you able to see how Captain Stokes fared?
I lost sight of him when I got knocked
Redirect the
off
light?
Sure
Is that the
hope
corn
you
on fire?
You and Jake must have
I
gotten
like the
issues
idea.
like this before, right?
Well, I have, yes. Although it was before I met Jake.
Oh, I wonder if they all have
Is
their
this really the type
own
of
escape
stories?
plans.
Fair enough. Perhaps another time. Got any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
They took my guns, so not really.
Do you
Bill?
potentially have a idea? Oh,
I never imagined volunteering for a search party would include free accommodation.
how well does he take jokes? Oh, yeah, it actually
I must
worked.
say, of everyone I have shared a jail cell with, you have the liveliest sense of humor.
Did you see what became of
It
Captain
actually
Jones?
worked.
Yes, though I wish I had not. Pinche cobarde.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
He turned and ran, took his men and abandoned us. To think I held him as a man of honor.
Hey, welcome, Psycho Next Door. I'm having a good day. I certainly hope. Oh,
Easy there, Phil.
I certainly hope it's the same for you.
I cannot abide a deserter.
We are
Takes a
playing
low sword
Rosewater,
command and someone who's counting on you.
a point-and-click adventure game that is kind of a semi-sequel to Lamplight City. It's set in the same universe of that.
So this isn't the first time you've been locked up?
So we are a writer,
At least these
and we are
people
trying
seem more
to.
hospitable to their prisoners than the Spanish.
Well, we were our first interviewing Gentleman Jake, but now we are going along with his schemes to find a lost fortune.
Got any suggestions for how we might get out of here?
Not just yet.
R.I.P.
To see how
Base.
things play out.
What do you mean?
Something about this does not feel right. We know very little of our captors. I cannot devise anything until that
It is a
changes.
pretty spacious jail cell. But then again, you know, it's probably that they just put us in here for waiting rather than actually
You heard Jake's plan. Got anything that might fit
do
the bill?
anything.
I do not believe so.
I'll just be over here.
Okay, so we can probably use like this shard to cut something. And we need something metallic.
Completely empty. It's quite ornate. Brightens the place up, I suppose.
It is noble to find but perhaps
This ceramic shard's got a very sharp edge.
Oh wait, we have the tinfoil hat. Never mind. We can
Hey,
use that.
Miss Leger?
Could you remind me what you need to execute your...
Sure. Something pliant, something sharp,
Okay, so we'll have to use the items on him.
Is this pliable enough for you?
This'll do nicely.
Okay, ceramic shard and then the tinfoil hat.
This sharp enough for you?
It'll do, it'll do.
I still say
Will
we
this
should
work
wear it.
for what you need?
Shiny and metallic. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got everything.
Sure did. Now, will you tell me about this plan of yours?
I'm bluffing our way out of here. Give me a few minutes and you'll see what I mean.
He's gonna cut. He's gonna like cut out a gun or something from the soap, and then put the tinfoil over it. Haha! That is definitely some craftsmanship,
You
Jake.
carved a gun out of soap and wrapped it in tinfoil?
That's right.
You know, that's pretty crafty.
Why,
He
thank
built a
you,
giant
Mr.
robot,
Chair.
yes.
I thought so myself. Anyhow, soon as somebody comes in, I'll draw this and catch them off guard. You knock them out in the confusion, then we make our escape.
And you have confidence this will work?
These folk don't know firearms, they can't tell the difference.
But, what if...
Hello in there? I'm coming inside.
Well, ain't this fortuitous?
Greetings. I'm Nadine. I've come to...
Hands up!
Is that a fake gun?
Yes?
Don't mind my friend here. Nadine, was it?
Yeah, she's the
Redbird.
Harley Leger.
the doctor's apprentice.
Wait a minute. Weren't you Doc Sedgwick's apprentice?
That's right. You know him?
We spoke briefly, and he took care of Phil over there.
That's good. I do miss working with him.
Does that mean this is a medical call?
The chief sent me to make sure none of you were hurt. She also wants to speak with whoever's in charge of your group.
That would be me.
All due respect, sir, but after that little trick you just pulled, you're out of the running.
I'll go then.
All right, come with me.
All right, we become de facto leader. Okay, so nice try with MacGyvering. Ooh, maybe we set Jake up to fail so that we
Miss
could
Harley
become
Leger,
the de
representing
facto
captives.
leader.
Thank you, Nadine. You may return and tend to the others.
I will.
Enter and be welcome.
We are Jake's enabler.
You may call me Chief Lutzi. I am responsible for the people of this village.
Pleasure's all mine.
You have violated the borders of the Autumn Nation, duly established by recognized treaty with your government. Miss Leger, why are you here?
Captain Stokes is missing some troops, and we were helping in the search.
You serve Stokes. Curious, you do not dress like a soldier.
We have nothing to do with the fort.
Who are you then?
I'm a journalist for the Rosewater Post. My companions and
Exactly.
I are researching Dr. Bennett Clark. We only came to Stokes to ask for help getting inside the abandoned laboratory on the other side of the valley. Thought maybe you could spare some dynamite or something. But first we had to ride with him to find First Lieutenant Mulberry and his missing men.
I see. What did he tell you of us?
Let's just say he didn't paint a very pretty picture.
Unsurprising. Do you share his opinion?
Not at all. Stokes is just some windbag I met this morning. I'll make up my own mind.
That is good to know. The Autumn mean you no harm, Miss Leger. However, for months, the fort soldiers have routinely violated our borders and harassed our people. Just last night, a band of them came, led by this man, Mulberry. They attacked us in our fields and set fire to our crops.
Were there any casualties among your people?
No deaths, although a number were burned or wounded.
Ooh, it's like we could write an article
As for
about this.
Mulberry, we captured him. He is under guard in one of our empty storehouses. Stokes has turned our village into a prison, and now he is recruiting civilians to come after us. I fear this will not end until everything we have has been turned to ash. But I cannot allow that. Something must be done.
A very impassioned letter to the editor, perhaps?
You're right. Can we help you in any way?
I believe so. And you can get what you're after as well.
I'm listening.
Our scouts have observed an army wagon making regular deliveries to the fort from Rosewater. It comes in the night, when few others are willing to travel, and always it arrives a day or two after the train stops in town.
Then that would be tonight? I just arrived on the latest train into Rosewater.
Yes, exactly. I cannot know for sure, but I believe this wagon carries supplies, along with weapons and munitions. The soldiers use these to strengthen themselves, then come and deprive us of what little we have. If you and your people were to obtain them, it would be to our...
Yeah, this one's pretty good so far.
We would have a means of defense.
But then again, I really like
You would
Lamplight
be able to
City.
enter this laboratory, and Stokes would be deprived of his armaments.
You're proposing we raid a military supply wagon? That sounds awfully risky.
Our peaceableness has brought us no safety. In doing nothing, we risk extermination at the hands of these men.
Tonight, then, huh?
Tonight, or not at all. The cover of darkness will be to your advantage. Our scouts have also noted that only 2 men guard the wagon.
Guess I'd better tell the others and get to planning.
You are welcome to rest here in the meantime.
Thank you, Chief Lutzi.
May the Earthmaker guide you.
But yeah, if you are trying to do...
Everyone in good shape?
Mr. Lua has
If you
some
want to
minor
see one of the
bruising.
other
Your
ones
friends
that they
are
did,
otherwise
Lamplight
healthy.
City is a pretty good
to
one.
know. Hey, fellas, come on out here. We got some business to discuss.
I take it your meeting with the chief went well?
As Lamplight City, you're playing as a detective, and your partner dies in the prologue, and you're haunted by him throughout the stories as you try to solve his murder. And it's pretty enjoyable for a detective kind of game. If you really screw up, you can just declare the case. You can't solve it. But you can try and get a bunch of evidence towards different suspects. I mean, it is ambiguous whether or not you actually are haunted by his ghost or whether or not it's some sort of psychological issue. And I don't think the game really establishes either way, that you can have either one, either interpretation be the case. But it's still a really fun detective kind of game. At least I enjoyed it.
It did. These are good people who can help us if we help them.
Help them? With what?
With Stokes and the fort. Turns out the reason Mulberry didn't come back is that he was taken
The
prisoner
butler
while
did it.
conducting an unprovoked raid on this village. A raid Stokes himself ordered.
What?
Army soldiers have been crossing into Otham territory and attacking them without justification.
It's true. I have treated many of the wounded myself.
Hijo de la... We cannot let this injustice stand.
That is troubling. But what can we do about it?
Chief Lutzi suggested we hit him where it hurts, the fort's supply chain. So we'll be carrying out our own raid on a delivery wagon.
And to think just yesterday you were having reservations about robbing folk. Reckon it's true what they say about the frontier changing people.
It's a speed run to change our morals.
I don't know about you, but I don't feel too bad about lifting a little from the crown. It glitters enough already.
If the government is engaged in oppressing these people, you should be proud to resist.
Now listen up, because we've got some preparations to make. And the wagon will be coming through tonight, according to the chief. We can get the munitions Phil needs to get us into the lab, along with some weapons and supplies for the Otham.
The old 1-2 punch. I like it.
Only question is, what's the best approach?
I'm thinking we create a distraction. We get the wagon to stop, then you and I keep the driver occupied while Danny and Phil sneak the stuff out.
I prefer a more direct approach. You said the wagon was poorly guarded, eh? We have enough fighters to overpower them. When they see they are outmatched, we should be able to take what we need without firing a shot.
Wouldn't it be better to do this without drawing any attention? You could set up a roadblock, then sneak out what you need while they investigate.
All good plans. Have you got anything, Danny?
No, but I think we should be careful. Something like this could so easily go wrong.
So, what's it going to be?
Oh, let's do the distraction.
I like Jake's plan.
We've got to butter Jake up a bit after his terrible thing.
Hang up the fiddle. That'll be the cue for Danny and Phil to vamoose.
I can help too, if you need an extra pair of hands.
Oh, well, sure. That'd be much appreciated, Miss Redbird.
Well, we better get ready. Let's hope this goes off without a hitch.
Our company is growing.
What's going on here?
Finally a third party. Maybe you can settle this argument for us.
Ma'am, is this man causing you grief?
Not nearly as much as she's caused me. I can assure you.
Now you listen here. That poker game was totally fair. Just accept that I won.
That'll be the day hell freezes over.
What's going on out here?
These two lackwits are standing in the middle of the path. This ain't no place for a gambling dispute.
What in the Sam Hill are you two doing out here this time of night anyway?
We had a bit of wagon trouble on our way home to Rosewater. You ever been there?
Yes, sir. It's where I grew up.
After all we've been through, I need a drink. I'll be glad for some rest at the Jack of Diamonds.
Oh, sure. Love that.
Oh, I see you can screw it up.
I wouldn't mind.
I wonder if there are some game over kind
like
of
how our wagon
situations.
turned over and stranded us out here.
Your wagon turned over? How'd that happen?
Something ran out in front of us, spooked our horse.
It was a sneaky little coyote came out of nowhere.
Yeah, these hills are lousy with the little varmints.
Well, we can't offer you a ride, but we can send someone from the fort to come get you, assuming you don't kill each other first.
Oh, don't worry about us. We quarrel all the time, like cats and dogs in a gunny sack.
There's not a card game been played that could ruin our friendship.
Your offer is most appreciated, but won't be necessary.
So, you don't need our help? Why'd you stop us then?
In all fairness, you stopped at your own volition.
was a nice little chat we had, though, wasn't it?
Say, what's your deal? I believe the time has come to hang up the fiddle! Pardon for the disturbance, gentlemen.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely try out some different things of trying to screw up.
Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes, with this dynamite, getting into the lab will be quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what is your plan?
I can certainly understand your curiosity, General Marquez.
You know me?
We are close enough to the new Spanish border to keep informed of current events. To answer your question, we will defend ourselves. Peace has not worked against those who wish to harm us, so we must answer them with force.
You strike me as a wise and capable leader, but allow me to offer one piece of advice. Do not underestimate your enemy. Nothing angers a tyrant like a show of resistance.
I appreciate it, General, but I believe we will overcome.
I truly hope you do.
So, there's something else. Several crates in the wagon were marked Rosewater. I thought it was strange, considering that's where the wagon was coming from. And not only that, we found a safe filled with Aurum bars.
I wanted to take them, but Danny refused.
I imagine you had good reason for that.
They were marked. They wouldn't have been any good to us.
Good thinking, then. The last thing we need is the Royals on us for stealing their Aurum.
The Royal Police? Nah, out here they'd send in the army. Or God forbid, the Blackburns.
The Union Busters?
Unions, heads, you name it.
The big question is, why send Aurum to the fort?
An intriguing line of inquiry.
That does raise some
I'm
questions.
sure the fort's dealings should concern us.
Perhaps not.
Since they said that the claims didn't pan out in this
Something
area.
unusual is happening here. Stokes was all too happy to aid our cause before my exile. Now he acts like a stranger. It cannot be a coincidence. I am going to charge my Lieutenant General with finding out more about these shipments.
Chasing more wagons full of Aurum?
Something like that. It is clear there will be no more aid from Stokes now, and I still have an army to outfit. Perhaps we will find something we can actually keep.
If money's what you're after, maybe you'd entertain the notion of joining our posse. That goes for you too, Miss Redbird.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything on the way back to the lab. Danny, you stay here and help unload the supplies. You can give Nadine the lowdown. Come meet us when you're done.
Will do.
I am sending one of our hunters to return Mulberry to the fort. He can show you the way back.
Much appreciated. Right, let's get a move on. You coming with me and Phil, Miss Leger?
I'll make sure you don't get blown up.
And missing all the fireworks when you finally set them off? I think not. And can it with the Miss Leger bunk? It's Harley.
Duly noted. Now let's get going.
Just
Yeah, one thing Arco has taught me, I'm always going to go for the explosions.
You said you were a journalist, yes?
That's right.
Do you believe the townspeople would take an interest in our cause?
Some might. I can certainly tell my employer about the treatment you've received.
Please do. I have a statement I would like you to carry back. The Autumn are a peaceful people. We wish to be your good neighbors and friends. But if a Vespuccian soldier or any other person comes with violent intent to harm us, we will do what we must to protect our people.
Got it. Would you be willing to sit for an interview with someone from the post?
Gladly. My words are for all who will listen with open hearts.
I'll make sure your message is received.
Oh,
thank you.
Now we've got a... That's like we're doing a bonus for our job.
Thanks for showing us back, partner. We can take it from here. Well, would you look at that?
Oh, he gets his hat back.
Didn't think I'd be seeing old Jesse again. I'm keeping this arrowhead as a good luck charm. And who knows, maybe some collector out there would be interested in acquiring the arrowhead that nearly wiped out Gentleman Jake.
Híjole. Is he always like this?
Yes, he does not have an off button.
I wonder how things will go for the Autumn now that they have firearms.
Well enough, I hope. Provided they don't point 'em at us.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind? 'Cause you know I've been wondering about the Otham. What do you suppose will happen to them now that they're armed with guns?
I don't know, but at least they have a fighting chance now.
If Stokes attacks and they successfully fend him off, then perhaps
Yeah, of
leave
course.
him alone. But
He's the kind of person that definitely
certainly
would
not
name
happen
his hat.
without bloodshed.
Well, best of luck to them.
Enough jabber. Let's push on. Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
So how did you wind
Oh,
up
I don't think
here
we
in
actually had
Vespuccia?
questions filled.
That is a very long story, and I do not wish to relate it.
Jesse, we need to cook on that.
Fair enough. I have to ask, what went
It's
on
not that
for
kind of
you?
adventure.
That so-called newspaper editor dared to write that the People's Revolution was over, that we had been crushed by the forces of the Spanish army. Defeated, we will not abandon our cause. I demanded a correction. What did I get instead? A defenestration.
Rough break.
Yes.
Right. Carry on. The flag Stokes was carrying.
Pity it's in such a sorry state.
I shouldn't leave this here.
It's good to see someone who respects their country.
Babe, honestly, this is just a point-and-click adventure game. I need to take it because I'll probably need it at some point.
I wonder how things will go for the author.
Well enough.
Okay, I already looked at that.
You're quite certain you know what you're doing?
Just leave everything to me, and stand far, far back.
Oh, no problem. You have a great day, Roland. Thanks for stopping by.
Impressive work there, Phil.
Gracias.
And an explosion will certainly liven up your article. Eh, Harley?
Should have taken a picture for it. That could have been front page.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
How did you become so proficient with explosives?
The science of it always fascinated me. Even as a child, I read a great deal about mining and demolitions. The lessons were invaluable. So, when my parents sent me to university, I studied civil engineering. Most people do not realize just how much care must be taken when dealing with dynamite.
Hang on. You have a university education?
Of course. Does this surprise you?
No, I just didn't think a revolutionary would have a degree.
Well, I do. From the Escuela Superior de Ingenieros in Madrid.
Right. Carry on. How are you holding up, Jake?
Gotta remember to
just
talk
fine,
with them,
just fine.
because it seems like they get more questions and such whenever a new scene begins. And I gotta get the deep lore.
Well, slap my behind and call me Betsy.
Kitty!
Not sure what I was expecting to find, but it wasn't this.
It has been completely ransacked.
Still, there's gotta be some indication of where Clark took his money. Let's take a look around. But watch yourselves. No telling what any of these doohickeys might be capable of.
Quick, turn them all on!
I can't really see through the porthole, but it looks dense in there. I can't see through. The window is too grimy.
Yeah, I think she's just wanting a little attention.
A wooden mannequin in a cage? I have so many questions.
You sure you want them answered?
There's about 2 inches of dust. Empty. Not really surprising. I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch. What in the ether is this thing?
I wouldn't get too close.
Some kind of console. Seems to connect to a few
Oh,
things.
the letter mentioned the console.
Not much left. Some books and a broken device.
So we probably have to mess around with that. Okay, so we can go left.
This Clark fellow was into some strange things, wasn't he?
I'm starting to understand why he chose to do his work out in the middle of nowhere.
I don't think we're getting up this ladder so easily. Or
Guess
stairs.
we won't get to see what's up on the roof.
Just as well. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground.
But what if there's something stunningly rendered
Looks like a
up there?
toolbox. What's it doing all the way up there? Way too high for me.
Want me to give you a boost?
Nah, I still couldn't reach. I'll think of something else.
I think it's more that usually in these kind of games that,
I get
you
the
know,
impression
the other
this
folks
is what
usually
powers
stand
everything
around.
in here.
We just need to get it running again somehow.
No good. There's some power getting through, but it needs more.
Okay, so one of the things is working.
I bet getting power to all 3 of these meters will get things up and running. This is where all the cables wind up.
Exactly. But I mean, they could do animations of them searching, but maybe they didn't have time to do it.
Nothing of use to us.
Anything interesting in there?
Not really. Probably why they were left behind.
Okay, so we're probably going to need the toolbox first. Let's use the flag. Flag it
That's
down.
not going to help me reach the box.
But it'll look really cool. So we'll probably have to examine the console.
Is this some kind of combination or code? It won't turn any further that way. One of the dials is missing. Just my luck. Nothing happened. This console isn't getting any power.
Wonder if that's the dials that they need to be set to, and I have to find the extra one to be able to put there so that I can put it at 2. Ooh, maybe I can remove a dial.
1 of 4 dials. It's anyone's guess what they do. TT-180. Must be this contraption's model number.
Yeah, I mean, they always... You can always polish things
go.
more. But sometimes you just gotta make some decisions on what to prioritize. Ooh, maybe I can take the stool and... Oh, there it is. Move the chair.
Maybe this will help. But again, maybe not.
Okay, but it's probably still useful. Oh, I can't even take a piece of it.
This may have held something interesting once, but now it's just lodging for spiders.
But I could take the spiders. I insist on taking the spiders. Okay, maybe we can take the stool. No, we cannot.
There's about 2 inches of dust.
Okay, we've got that before. As you can probably tell, I'm not very good at point-and-click
Looks
adventure
like some
games,
type
so we're
of
probably
cannon,
gonna...
And it's pointing right at the cage.
We'll probably get to that point where we get stuck. Yeah, they probably didn't even have any screws. Screws haven't been invented yet. There are some things to interact with.
I can't begin to fathom what these contraptions are for.
Nothing of use.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Can you think of any way to get that box down?
I'm afraid reaching high things has never been my forte.
Bill is not very good at getting high.
Clark's lab is really quite something, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, something unnatural. Something perverse. What possessed him to undertake this research is beyond me.
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Oh, can I borrow that arrowhead?
This place sure is something, isn't it?
I admit, I never gave much credence.
Yeah,
to
we should
all
have
that
taken the
Authority
flagpole.
business, but seeing all them contraptions and appurtenances, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for Clark's tenacity.
Oh, which one was that, Psycho?
Any clever ideas to get to that confounded box?
Kitty.
Not too many, I'm afraid.
Might I borrow that arrowhead for a spell?
By all means. Maybe it'll bring you some luck.
Look inside. Oh, the misdeaths. Gotcha.
Hang on, I've got an idea. Why don't you just shoot the box down?
Beg pardon?
Let's put that gunslinging know-how of yours to work.
I may be a showman, but I ain't a performing monkey. It's as I said about those bottles. I never perform sharpshooting tricks without a crowd.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Okay, so we probably have to do it ourselves.
I hope this isn't considered treason.
Oh.
No need to do that again. A strip of cloth from a Vespuccian flag. I wonder if I can attach this to... No, that's not right. That's not going to...
Here.
Have I got something on my face?
Yes.
Appreciate it, but I have no need right now.
Okay, so the cloth is necessary for something.
I get the impression this...
We just need to get it...
I'm guessing this thing needs to hit full power before the machine turns on.
Oh.
I can't remove it with my hands. I'll need a tool to unscrew it.
We can use the arrowhead for that. That makes sense.
Let's see if this works.
Okay, I guess screws have been invented.
That did it. This wire needs patching up. That won't help. I could try scraping it, but I don't want to risk cutting the wire. There's got to be another way. That muck's too solidified to wipe off. That should do it.
Alright, so that's
no
one
wonder
of them.
The power's not getting through. This wire's all corroded. That won't get the muck off.
Got doctor stuff in there. That will get muck off of anything. Okay, so I'm missing an item to be able to get that fixed. Which is probably in the toolbox.
Looks like a toolbox. What's it doing all the way up there?
Hey, Roxanne, thank you for the sub. Yes, but this is like alternate history electricity. So this is exactly how it works. I want to say that the parts of that would have been useful.
This is where all the... Fort Beaumont's...
Everything. Stab Phil with the arrowhead.
I do not understand why a man would want to keep something that almost killed him.
Okay, so we are missing an item. There's something we need to be able to get that box. There's probably something I'm just not interacting with.
There's about... Empty. No. There's about...
Wonder if there might be something outside that we're missing. Yeah, but the spiderwebs themselves can't be interacted with. Let's see. Maybe there's something in one of the other areas that we've overlooked. Oh, this is new.
Dios mío. What is this abomination?
Yeah, if only we had another tinfoil hack.
Learning about Coltit's miracle elixir?
Does it help you get lockboxes down?
Of course we are, little lady.
Then step on over here.
Jake's already just like, I'm working for them now.
Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
Any idea how to start up the generator?
A solvent like acid or alcohol is good for removing corrosion.
Right.
I'm gonna guess that these miracle elixir has alcohol.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Any idea how to start up that generator?
Afraid not. These doohickeys ain't quite my bailiwick.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
It is nice that you can talk to them for different expertise.
Some of these bottles are starting to collect dust.
Boy, oh boy, I sure wish I was you.
Beg pardon?
Why, today's your lucky day.
It's a sale.
Right.
Yes, sirree. You're just in time to experience the travesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
The what now?
Oh, dang. I mean, the majesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
I know what you said the first time.
My name is Olivia Coltit, and I'm here to answer all your questions about this evolutionary new medication.
It'll cure all your medical conditions by killing you.
Are you sure you don't mean revolutionary new medication?
That's what I said. So, do you want to hear about it or not?
Say, do you know anything about that lab over there?
No, but I did hear a big boom coming from that way. Was that your doing?
No.
Oh, come on. You could tell me. I'm no tattler.
I said no. Now stop asking.
Hey, welcome, Dada.
Jeez.
Fine, I'll bite. Tell me about this miracle elixir.
Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Oh, they're giving us the spiel.
From the maker of the wildly popular Coltit's emulsified soporific comes Coltit's miracle elixir, the finest, most elective tonic in Vespuccia. Guaranteed to treat and cure all illnesses from arthritis to yellow fever. And for a special limited time, we're selling it for the treasonable price of just
Treasonable.
£5.
Sounds pretty miraculous, all right. What's in this elixir, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Daddy's the one who makes
I
it.
don't know.
Oh, but I know he gets his secret ingredient from some lady named Ethel. He always talks about her when he makes a new batch.
5 crowns seems a bit pricey. How about I give you 2 instead?
Sorry, ma'am. Daddy told me not to hackle.
Oh, I'm sure we can agree that rules were made to be...
Come on, I can't bribe people. I can't haggle.
Consider 3 crowns. We'll tell everybody we meet to come see you. Then you can charge them a reasonable 6.
Well, okay, deal.
Oh, goodness. Haggling actually works.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a kid in Rosewater named Jem, would you?
No, ma'am. Far as I know, I'm a lonely child.
Why are you parked in the middle of the desert when there's a town full of potential customers not 2 miles from here?
Oh, I'm just minding the wagon while my daddy's doing his business at the fort. But he told me to stand out here and detract anybody who might come by.
And has anyone else come by?
Oh, sure. Tons of folk. Only one who didn't stop was a feller on horseback. Too bad, 'cause the guy he was hauling looked like he could have used some elixir.
I think I've heard enough for now. We'll just be going.
It was a real pressure.
Yeah, I'm guessing this probably removes corrosion. It's probably with the miracle of alcohol. That or acid. Maybe both. No. Hopefully they calm down.
Professor Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir. Guaranteed to cure what ails you. I'm sure that's the case if what ails you is sobriety.
Hmm.
Whew! That'll put hairs on your chest.
Here, Jake, you want to drink this?
Well, thanks, but no thanks. Gotta keep a clear head for now.
What about you, Phil? You want to get drunk?
No, thank you. I am not feeling sick.
Yeah, how sick must you be to actually try this miracle cure?
Let's put some of this elixir to good use.
Well, that definitely cured what ailed you.
Hot damn!
Oh, got help.
Like Phil managed to get the door open.
I wonder if they found anything inside.
I'm going to say that that's a yes.
I'd say so, yes.
We are up and running.
Impressive.
This technology is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I know of
What
Night
did this
Trap.
Clark fellow intend to do with such power?
I'm beginning to wonder.
Never
about
played
that
it myself.
Nice job getting the
I think it was
lights back on.
1994.
Get everything squared with the Otham?
I think so.
They're adequately supplied. They should be well off for some time.
Well, I suppose we should see about...
Hello? Is someone in here? Damn. Looks like we've attracted some attention. I come in peace. Please, make yourself known.
Guess we don't have much choice.
Hail! Goodness, I wasn't expecting so many of you. And we weren't expecting anybody at all.
Under your breath. Oh no.
And just who might you be?
I am Paul Burkhart, emissary of the Luminarians.
The what now?
We are disciples of Dr. Clark, protectors of his artifacts and legacy. No kidding. So you must know all about him then. Quite so.
Well, isn't this our lucky day? Can you tell us what you know about him?
If you seek enlightenment, we will be glad to share our wisdom with you. But let us all return to the commune. We must not further defile the sanctity of this place. Come,
Goddamn, not another
I'm
side
here
quest.
to learn about you all.
There is a cult. No wonder why they had tinfoil hats.
Welcome to Chrysalis, friends. Feel free to explore, converse with the residents. You'll find we have much to offer. We'll speak again soon. What an accommodating feller.
This is all very strange. You all might be into this porqueria, but I want no part of it. I am going back to the lab.
Suit yourself.
No, Phil, don't leave.
All right, let's see what we can learn about where Clark's stash might be. But let's not overplay our hand, shall we? If anybody asks, our interest is purely academic.
I'm really not a good liar, Mr. Ackerman.
Shoot, nobody's asking you to lie, sugar. Just withhold certain details. We're interested in learning about Clark. That's all there is to it. Come on, Danny. Let's see where our friend's gone off to.
Just gonna find out that Dr. Clark's stash is just like a
Lying
drug
doesn't come
stash.
natural to some. For others, it's like breathing. Don't take this amiss, but if you'd like some pointers, sometimes it's good to be able to keep certain things to yourself you don't want everybody and his uncle to know.
Oh. All right.
Make sure you don't break eye contact. Shifty eyes are a telltale sign of dishonest intent.
You seem to have a lot of experience in these matters.
I think sometimes the truth can do more harm than good. A lie can be a kindness.
Is that really what you believe?
If what someone doesn't know can't hurt them, why shatter their peace? Or bring trouble down on somebody else just for principle?
Dishonesty is disrespect. For others, for God, for oneself. For instance, I would never conceal the truth from a patient, no matter how grim the outlook.
Well, I won't argue with that. The body should know what they're up against. I don't lie to hurt people. Sometimes it's just the only way.
That's good to know, I guess. Your advice is appreciated. I'll just see what I can find out on my own.
I like the idea that she's just like, I'm a terrible liar, and I just go up to someone and be like, what do you know about Dr. Clark's stash?
If the smell's anything to go by, that crate's full of fertilizer. Not very intimidating. No wonder the crops are bare. Certainly colorful. Seems like they're pretty self-sufficient here.
Yeah, I guess we do know who painted the death
They have an
butterflies.
automated irrigation system. Pretty ingenious. Suppose that's where the animals are kept.
Damn it, they've got the really colorful butterflies.
Something about that makes my skin crawl. Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Ah, Harley. Miss Larkin here was just telling me about this fascinating place.
Hello and welcome. It's so nice to have visitors.
Thanks, but I was hoping to have a word with Jake in private.
Of course.
What's on your mind?
So, what have you picked up from these fine folks?
Could be a
This
butterfly
Ether stuff is
eating
much
cult.
more complex than I thought. Seems our friend Dr. Clark may have been on to something after all.
I'll just leave you to it then. The butterflies sure seem to like these flowers. They're really fond of this butterfly motif, aren't they?
I kind of like it.
No one will ever suspect
Hey,
you
Danny?
What's going on?
trying to intimidate with butterflies. Oh, we can ask about it.
So, where did you learn to shoot?
I, used to know some folks that were handy with pistols. They gave me a few pointers and I just sort of picked it up.
So, what's our friend on stage been jabbering about?
What hasn't he? This guy makes Jake seem like a silent monk by comparison. Anyway, it's mostly been about Clark, his etheric research in New Britannia, how he built his lab out here after the Expo disaster. Excuse me, miracle, that sort of thing. He says Clark transcended. I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know, but it doesn't sound good.
Means he went to a farm upstate where he'll be much happier.
What's your impression of Chrysalis?
Well, it's peculiar. Everybody's got a job to do, a way to help. Nobody's left out, and that's nice. But all this stuff about etheric beings? It sounds,
Crazy?
You said
Probably
it.
blew himself up.
Anyhow, I wouldn't mind hanging around a while.
I was wondering if you might help me out with something.
What?
There's a toolbox inside Clark's lab that's out of reach, and I've had no luck getting it down. Think you might put your pistols to the task?
I could do that. Yeah. You want to go right now?
Yes, let's head over now.
Sure thing. Just lead the way.
Let's get the damn box down, finally.
Ah, Phil. There you are.
Had enough of those luminous lunatics too, did you?
Not entirely. Danny's come to help get that box down. That's it, up there.
Right. You might
What?
want to stand over on this side, Phil.
Watch the box be empty.
Nice shot.
That's an awful
Thanks,
looking
Harley.
empty
Happy
box.
to help. So, what's inside that box that's so important anyway?
Guess we all get to find out together.
Yeah, vaporized. That does seem like possible.
Well, anything good inside?
Not really. Just a wrench and this odd dial thing.
Oh, we needed the
Hope
dial.
It was worth the trouble then.
That was good practice, at least. I'm heading back to Chrysalis. See you both later.
Guess we'll ask Phil some questions if we can.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Nothing.
Nothing, I suppose.
Never mind.
Whatever you say.
Alright, I could probably solve that now, because I've got the dial. But I do want to try and go back and talk to the other people in the commune.
I will stay in here.
Because I did see that there was a secondary area we could go to there. And that's probably the way that Nadine went.
Whatever turning on that generator did, I hope it's not permanent.
It's one heck of a laser light show.
All right, then. Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course.
We haven't questioned you about the deep
You
lore.
enjoying yourself here?
These are good people. I'm glad we met them.
You don't find them a bit odd?
I'll admit, I don't quite comprehend their philosophical ideas, but they've welcomed us with open arms. The least we can do is offer open minds.
I'll leave you to your conversation.
I suppose we'll get to talk about the deeper lore and their backstory later.
Well, if it isn't my old friend.
The Defiler returns.
Yes!
Now, don't get your britches in a twist.
You're a guest of Emissary Paul, so I'm obliged to welcome you. But if you continue casting your shadows of discord over all that is bright here, there will be consequences.
I will cast all the shadows of discord.
Now just where do you get off saying I'm casting shadows of discord or whatever?
I caught you trespassing outside the laboratory. Then your friend blasted the door off.
It was all in the name of research. I'm just as interested in all this as you.
Yeah, it does look like it's aliens. Or maybe that's what they mean by transcended.
So what brought you to Chrysalis?
My personal business is none of yours.
Touchy. What's so special about this place that they've got you standing guard?
This building houses our collection of artifacts salvaged from Dr. Clark's laboratory.
Oh, so you're the ones who looted the place.
We did not loot it. We saved important items from obscurity and decay.
Think I might take a quick peek?
Absolutely not. Outsiders are forbidden.
So how does one go about joining your little club?
You think if you joined us that I would just suddenly allow you to enter?
Yes.
Sure.
Nice try, but not on my watch.
I accidentally clicked through that one.
What if I brought you a new artifact for your collection?
Then I would be very surprised. We've already retrieved everything of value from the laboratory.
Even from that locked room?
That room is inaccessible. Do not even consider attempting to breach it.
I'ma breach it. I'ma cast Shadows of Discord.
Did you ever have a chance to meet Dr. Clark?
No, nor did I desire to.
No?
Ethericity is not a power to be trifled with. I've no interest in meeting someone who treats it as a plaything.
See, this guy is definitely the epitome of never meet your heroes. He doesn't even want to.
Where did Dr. Clark end up?
Not where he should have.
Do you know any details about Dr. Clark's research?
He was toying with fire, pure and simple.
I thought it was
He had been
ethericity.
Inspired and driven to his work by the luminous ones, but he was only their tool. He did not acknowledge their undeniable glory or show them the proper respect. He took a battering ram to the door of heaven. When they tired of the noise, they whisked him away inside the gates, while the rest of us still wait outside.
So what you're saying is, you don't actually know.
I've underestimated you. I didn't think there could be someone more arrogant than Dr. Clark.
I'll leave you to your guarding. Try not to die of boredom.
I have this wrench. This is my way of getting in.
Please don't waste my time with your refuse.
Dagnabbit, I just wanted to conk him on the head and go inside. Alright, so we need to put the dial, and then that should hopefully fix one of the things on there. I think that was the console. It should be able to open the door. But dagnabbit, a lot of these problems would be a lot easier if I could just conk that guy on the head with the wrench. Okay, so all of them are still set.
Phil, you might want to... Move. Are you all right?
I think so. The cage seems to have absorbed all that energy. Just warn me before you try that again.
So, this console operates equipment by setting the dials in a 4-digit sequence.
And it looks like it's connected to the door as well.
Which means I need to figure out the correct sequence to get it open.
Oh no.
I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch.
But then the question is, where do we get the next code?
I can't see through. The window is too grimy. Looks like it's connected to the door.
And that wire.
There's about 2 inches. Empty.
I wonder if it's inside the place in there that the guy's guarding, or whether if there's some sort of note in here. Actually, yeah, we could look at the letter again. I don't think there was a code. I think it just mentioned that the console...
February upon hearing news when they have after enduring such one day with warm rig. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT?
Yeah, he didn't have a code in there. I'm guessing it's probably in that room.
Just a bunch of...
So we're probably going to have to go back and probably either talk with Danny or Jake. They might have found something. Oh, wipe the window with the flag? That actually might be a good idea. Oh, it won't let us. That was a good idea.
I will stay.
That's the problem with some of these games, that sometimes it's not always obvious what you need to do. Which is why I'm so bad at them. Sometimes I'll overlook simple things like that. No, it was a good suggestion. Because maybe it was the... There are kind of things where you have to wipe things away to be able to get an answer.
He does go on, doesn't he?
Okay, maybe he will say
My
something.
friends, today we give thanks for our manifold blessings.
The code was to shoot the electricity, but now we need a code for the door. But we've got the machine working.
And why do we celebrate today, on the 8-month anniversary? Because 1 is nothing special. 1 is an isolating, selfish, lowly number. But 8 is perfection. 8 is infinity. 8 is the flap of the butterfly's wings. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us the path of light, where soon we all shall follow. Now our soul sibling Bennett dwells among them in the etheric realm beyond this earth, in a transcendent union of cosmic harmony and peace.
I think with what he said, it might be a code. problem is I'm not exactly sure. I'd probably have to listen to him again. Heck, damn it. It said like March. And we'll try 8s. This is definitely not right at all.
No good. I guess those
Just do them all as 8s. It happened in the 8th month of the 8th day of the 8th hour.
No good.
Okay, so 8s are definitely not good. I'm pretty sure one of them probably has an 8 in them. Like, come on, can't the guy just, like, say, and Dr. Bennett's last words was this 4-digit number? Oh, you're right. Day, month, year.
Here, in Chrysalis, at the Evocator's laboratory, his holy temple.
But that's assuming that that would be a code.
And on the other side, the luminous ones are waiting to welcome us home. When he first arrived here, in that twice blessed year, for never forget that 8 is the most sacred number, Evocator Bennett perhaps did not yet know that he was building a temple. But that is what it was, my friends. A temple, a lighthouse, a shining beacon in the dark. A divine instrument that would pierce the cosmic veil, letting the ether's light shine through to guide us. Calling the luminous ones. Calling us here. Calling us home.
Know what would make this better? If there was a heckle option.
We will never forget the momentous occasion when this holy work began. When Evocator Bennett came west after the Lamplight City miracle to break ground for a new laboratory. And he raised a light to the heavens and cried, "Let me in!" And 2 years later, his call was answered. And he was taken up into the etheric realm. And oh, friends, it is joyous. The ether is a realm of pure thought and light and love. There we are freed from these coarse material bonds. There we are not women and men, not young and old, not poor and rich, not white and black and brown. There we exist as pure souls.
You'd think you'd have some pamphlets or something.
Brilliant rainbow color. Our bodies are as the chrysalides of butterflies, curled up tight in these fleshly shells. Contained within each of us is our true etheric form. And believe me, friends, it is beautiful. You are all so beautiful. In the ether, we must finally emerge from our cocoons and fly free. Free among our soul siblings in the company of the luminous ones. 2 years ago, Evocator Bennett called them here. And 8 months ago, his call was answered.
Yes. He's been definitely wearing the tinfoil for a while.
As much of that as I can handle. Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
If you had to pick a 4-digit number sequence that was easy to remember, what would you pick?
Suppose it'd be something important? A date, maybe? Or a memorable year? Never really thought about it.
I'll leave you to the lecture.
I wonder if it is the year from the letter with the scientist.
Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure.
Or maybe it's the date with the expo.
I think I found a promising lead. There's a shack on the other side of the commune full of things salvaged from Clark's lab. Only problem is it's being guarded by that first luminarian we met.
Oh, the feller with the tinfoil chapeau?
The very same. How can I get past him?
He's a peculiar one, but he seems to be the most reverent of these folk. Perhaps you could win him over with a peace offering. There might still be something in the lab that's been overlooked.
I got a theoretical question for
But
you.
yeah, I'm guessing maybe like
Say you
the
needed to come up with a
newspaper.
sequence of 4 numbers. What would you pick to make it easy to remember?
Hell, that's easy. 1817.
That didn't take you long.
It's the year I broke my first filly, if you get my meaning. Not something one forgets easily.
Right. I'll just leave you to it then.
Too much information, Jake. Oh, maybe I could offer the letter. Well, we're first going to ask Nadine.
Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course.
Any ideas as to how to get that fellow over there away from his post?
And maintain eye contact?
No, you're not
Afraid
supposed to
this
give me...
situation's a bit more complicated than
How
that.
dare you use
Still good
my own
advice, though.
spells against me.
I'll leave you to your conversation.
I wonder if it is like the year 1847. Actually, June 9th, 47. We could probably try that. Let's see, do you have anything else I can say?
I've got more important.
Okay, June 9th, 1847. That's probably the most promising lead we've got for it. And as you pointed out, Spain does a date, month, year, so that should be like 9/6/47. Right, Jake's code first. Oh, well, I'm already like, already got this one, so.
No good. I guess those
Oh, I guess it isn't that.
It won't turn out.
Let's just try and make sure.
No good. It's a
Alright, let's try Jake's suggestion.
No good. I guess those...
Sorry, Jake. Guess it didn't work out. We could try 1850. That was the one from the letter. But I don't think that's going to be the likely...
No good.
You're right, we didn't try 1847.
No good.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing when they have what with P.
I think I did 1850 already.
No good.
Nabbit. I think that was the dates that they mentioned. I know that they mentioned another date when he came out this way, so I don't know if it was that. The flag on the table? I guess we could. Alas, the flag does nothing.
A fine tool.
Gotta be something else that we're missing. I don't know if there's anything further we can do with the fort, but maybe we missed something there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that they said 8 months later and 2 years later. So maybe that is also relevant. The problem is, usually they'd repeat things, if that were the case. Ooh, anything to steal? That lantern looks mighty stealable.
What is it?
Did Captain Stokes come back here? We lost sight of him after the attack.
He's here. Don't think he's up to receiving anyone, though.
I found the flag Stokes was carrying out on patrol. Thought he might like it back.
It's very noble of you, miss. I'll make sure he gets it.
Carry on,
It gets us
soldier.
something.
Right.
Or maybe it doesn't. Alright, so we got that. The flag has been lost.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right.
Yeah, there's nothing else to interact. I wonder if he'll repeat.
I've had about as much.
No. So that would be February. If it's 8 months later, 2 years later, that'd be like February 9, 1849. So we could try that.
No good.
Yeah.
It won't turn any further. No good.
What about the letter? Because he's got February 12th, 1850.
February 12th, 1850.
Oh, give it to the guy. I see what you're saying. That might actually... Maybe that's the thing we're missing. I guess we'll find out. Wait, are we able to talk to this guy all this time?
Hello. You must be one of Miss Redmond's.
Ah, shit.
That's right. Harley Leger.
My name's Evan. Evan Holbrook. Welcome to Chrysalis.
Evan was just showing me the cookhouse. You know they grow or raise everything they eat here themselves?
Well, mostly. Sometimes we need to resupply from town, but we aim to be fully self-reliant. Our dedication will be rewarded with bounty.
So, are you the biscuit roller for this community, or what?
Not quite. Everyone in Chrysalis does their part. It's my day on the rota to fix breakfast.
Do you have a doctor?
We have a few skilled in healing, yes. I do wish we had more knowledge of agriculture.
Perhaps.
Our crops
This will
haven't
give
been
us a
thriving like
lead.
we hoped.
You said your crops weren't doing well. Why not?
There's a
Getting
McDonald's in the
irrigation this year
Pentagon?
saved some of the crop, but we're facing lean times.
Interesting tidbit, but probably not too relevant right now.
What's your story?
But hey,
Evan?
welcome, Purple
How
Cat.
did you join up with these folks?
Well, like many of the others here, I was living in New Britannia. My wife was there at the etheric demonstration at the expo. I thought I'd lost her forever, but emissary Paul found me and explained how she hadn't perished.
Oh, I see. That's how he got roped in.
At first, I didn't believe him. I wanted to throttle him, actually.
I can understand that reaction.
But I realized that in my grief, I had become blinded.
In his grief, he's holding on to any kind of hope.
Don't be. One day I'll transcend too, and we'll be reunited in the ether.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
Alas, no. I hadn't really heard of him before the expo.
I was looking at the waxed anatomical models in the medical marvels exhibit. But my wife said they turned her stomach, so she went to see the etheric pavilion instead. I don't think she really knew who Bennett Clark was either. It was just something to pass the time. If only either of us knew what a significant thing was about to happen.
Clark's demonstration?
Indeed. The miracle that drew aside the veil and took my wife and the other 14 blessed souls up into the etheric realm. I only regret that I wasn't there, so I could have gone along with her.
Do you know where Dr. Clark disappeared to?
Evocator Bennett didn't disappear. He transcended.
Again, you use this word. What do you mean by it?
He passed through the etheric gateway.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
The luminous ones in the cosmos.
Oh.
Oh.
Exactly what was Dr. Clark researching?
Ethericity, of course.
Of course, but what about it? Energy sources? Industrial applications? What?
Miss Leger, I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever reasons he may have given the public, the bankers, the professors, and what have you, his true purpose was to open the way for humanity to pass into the etheric realm. And it wasn't easy. He spent 2 years in that laboratory before transcending. Soon the day will come when we all can follow him.
Your friend over there refuses to let me in to see Clark's artifacts.
Yes, Samuel is quite a stickler for the rules. Sometimes I think he lets his duties as the emissary's assistant get to his head.
It was good talking to you. I'll leave you both to it.
Goodbye for now.
See you later, Harley.
We've got your name, Samuel.
I've got more important... I found this letter in Dr. Clark's mailbox. Interested?
If I were, I'd have taken it myself.
Damn.
This isn't much use with a wheel missing. Handle still looks good, at least.
Can I take said handle?
My, that's quite imaginative.
Okay, so the letter didn't work. Ooh, maybe I can give him, like, the miracle elixir, and I'll get, like, drunk. I know we're enemies and all, but here, have some miracle elixir I found.
Please don't waste my time with your refuse.
Damn. He's not interested in miracle elixir. Yeah, I must be overlooking something. But I'm not sure if it's a conversation or...
They seem enthralled by Paul's ramblings. He does go. I've had a reliable water supply is everything out here. Something about that makes my skin crawl.
Wonder. I don't think I've talked to her.
Begging your pardon.
How may I help?
What is it you do around here?
Plenty. I help in the fields and in the kitchen, but my particular gift is keeping Chrysalis beautiful and its people inspired. All the murals and paintings you see around the commune are my work.
And a fine job you've done.
Why, thank you.
I agree. You've really managed to liven up this desert with some color.
Just
Yes,
gotta butter her
that was
up.
my intent. I'm glad it comes across.
I've noticed you all sure are fond of butterflies.
What better creature to symbolize transcendence? Like butterflies, we too will undergo a metamorphosis, pass through the veil into the ether.
Yeah, it
and
might be that we
join
need to see what the
luminous
wrench can be
ones.
used for.
Not only that, their wings have 8 sections and they flap in a figure 8 pattern.
Does that mean something?
Evocator Bennett's sacred number, of course.
Sacred number? What does that mean?
The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the evocator's writings, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788.
That's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence is mere illusion.
How did you end up here in
1788, we can
the
try.
city always fascinated me. I joined up with the Luminarians when they were passing through Rampton on their way west. We founded Chrysalis here, close to the evocator's laboratory, and where the veil is parted.
The veil?
The boundary between our world and the ether, the realm of the cosmos, home of the luminous ones. The barrier is very thin here. Can't you feel it?
There's definitely something in the air. What's the meaning behind those shadow paintings?
We commemorate those who have transcended, and those who will.
Hence the butterflies?
Very astute. Yes, the butterfly represents the immortal soul, the essence of a person in their fullest flourishing. The butterfly is pure potential, contained within those who have not yet transcended. Once someone has passed into the ether, it is released and flies
Yeah,
free.
it definitely does seem because of infinity.
I can see that you have quite a bold, brilliant butterfly stirring within you.
You don't.
But that's why I was trying to go with like 888.
If you permit me, it would be my honor to paint it. Only if you're willing, of course. Everyone's journey to transcendent readiness is unique.
Perhaps you could tell me more about it once Harley's done talking.
With pleasure.
Alright, let's see if anything else we can get.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
I did. Once. Such a brilliant mind. We didn't speak long, but I felt as though we'd conversed for hours.
Do you have an idea of where Dr. Clark might be currently?
Of course. He's with the luminous ones.
Pardon?
The beings on the other side of the veil. The ones who dwell in the ether.
You're saying Clark is dead?
Not dead. Transcended. Eternal. You still have much to learn. It's good you're with us now. Everything will become clear soon. Trust me.
What exactly was
Also, here's another tinfoil hat.
research about?
Truth.
Lovely sentiment, but could you be a bit more specific?
He sought to connect us with the world above, to unite us with the luminous ones. He succeeded in not only opening the door, but stepping through and crossing the veil. He showed that the way is possible. Now we all must learn to follow.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Be well.
Don't wander too far now.
I've just noticed we've had this diary. See, my only worry is that the diary doesn't mention the year. And I'm pretty certain that the conversation isn't repeatable. So that's my only concern, that it might not be the code. The problem as well is August 8th, 1788 would be 8888.
It won't turn in. Not Clark's birth year. Guess that would have been too obvious.
Okay, so definitely. Two years ago and a twice blessed year. Problem is I don't know what the actual...
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Leger, thank you for submitting your sample. I'd like to how soon can you...
February 12th, upon when after 1 with war p.m.
October, I'd like to how
Question is, what day is it today?
I will stay in here.
Wrong thing. Because, yeah, that happened in 1847. So it would be 1848. But then the question is, what are the are the things with that? I guess we could try 1848, but I think we already tried that one. Oh, maybe we hadn't.
Damn.
Nicely done.
Well, there we go.
Nothing horrible came out, shall we?
After you.
I'm a little surprised. I thought we had tried 1848. But maybe we tried 1850.
Santo cielo.
What in the ether happened in here?
I do not know, but I am not going in any further.
Ah, you coward, Phil.
This pumpkin is thriving, despite being sealed in here with no water or sunlight.
There is something very unnatural about all this.
So it's very curious, because if I remember right, in the first case in Lamplight City, the one girl you were investigating was doing ethericity experiments with plants.
Ripe and juicy tomatoes. How can they grow without any soil?
Easy. Devilry.
Ugh. Is it connected with my cast in Shadows of
This
Discord?
might be of interest to our friends in Chrysalis. Completely overgrown.
Probably for the best.
You know, they'd probably be very interested in how this could speed up growth of plants and everything.
I've never seen anything like that before. Have you?
Nope. And I never want to see anything like it again.
Alright, that would probably get Samuel his thing.
I will stay in here.
Let's prank him with it. Probably. Oh, that would be terrible if the door closed and trapped us in there. But that's the thing, I'm not sure if this game has loose states. There's some bad endings in Lamplight City, but you kind of have to go out of your way.
This is easily one of the strangest things I've ever had in my possession.
And there wasn't actually, like, game overs until the last case. Unless you declared cases unsolvable.
What? Where did this
Oh, did I forget to inspect the people?
Clark's lab. His
I'm
test
sorry.
room, to be precise.
You were able to
But
get
also welcome,
inside?
Albert.
Sure was. It was full of plants and all kinds of weird equipment. The ethericity seems to have boosted the growth of the seeds somehow. It's like a jungle in there.
I cannot condone your reckless disregard for the sanctity of the laboratory, but I also cannot deny the importance of this discovery. I must alert Emissary Paul immediately.
Aha, you've left it unguarded. Well, hopefully you're having a great
Better be
day.
quick. No telling when that chump might come back. Prometheus bringing fire. Nothing's hidden behind it. The New Britannia Gazette. The lead article is about the upcoming Lamplight City Expo. Interesting how the follow-up is nowhere to be found. Must be nice to actually be able to understand this stuff.
A mess with...
Looks like a smaller version of the power generator in the lab. Damn, that's got a kick to it. Didn't do anything. Probably for the best.
Just mess with all the machinery.
Doesn't seem to be working. Let's see. Books on science, engineering, astronomy. I'm sure this is all fascinating, but it's not going to help me any. Bottles of different colors. Nothing helpful. Bottles. Just another one of Clark's weird toys.
I would think that, you know, if I'm actually searching the place, I probably wouldn't want to leave it open and make it obvious that I've been here.
It somewhat resembles a telegraph, but what is this box for?
But oh well, the game is not going to let me, do that then.
That
Whatever.
didn't do much. Even more books in here. Some novels, poetry books, and what's this? Looks like a diary.
Yes.
I should have known. Get out of here this instant, degenerate!
But I'm casting shadows of discord in here.
Don't you dare try any more trickery, or Emissary Paul will hear of it.
At least I found what I was looking for.
This is the trickery.
Please don't.
Really just want to hit the guy with the wrench. Oh, game, give me that. Alright, now that I'm out of...
The final entry is bookmarked with a letter. Definitely worth a read. But first...
Okay. This is a good bit of reading to do. I might as well just skimming it. I'm trying to see if there's anything important. I know, the wrench, it's a multi-tool. You can knock people out, loosen bolts, and all sorts of things. It looks like there's a lot of writing here, which is why I'm not reading it out loud. Otherwise, I feel like I would be, this looks like this would be many minutes of reading aloud. Come on, there's got to be something important in here. That's right, it took place in 1847, so this is like a year before. Wait, the fellow who sent him the letter was mentioned in the Dr. Nethersoul. So the name shows up again. You're right, it can. Horrors beyond uttering. Okay, let's see. So this is looks to be after. So did he go crazy afterwards? He's been convicted in the court of public opinion. How many pages are in this diary? This is like an actual diary, instead of like where you just turn to the page of relevance. Yes, yes, I'm very interested in your entire sins being wiped clean by scouring sands. The work. Oh, good, finally we reached the end. Sliced out the ruined nose and stamped upon it, daily bleeding in the dust for spite. If I remember right, you actually did get to vote in the Prime Minister one, and whichever one Miles voted for happened to win. So I guess they made it canonical that Leroy won. Oh, no problem. You have a great night, Renuko. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, that's mostly just him saying a lot of stuff.
February 9th, 1850.
That's only 9 months ago.
Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges. You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. One of the aforementioned perks.
Interesting. Jake will want to see this.
Jake.
What in the ether is going on here?
Miss Larkin was kind enough to offer to paint my shadow.
In the altogether?
Well, didn't want to get my clothes dirty.
Besides, I paint the soul. The subject must bear himself and discard all
Glad you didn't turn off the stream. Oh my. Rosewater has been, the R in Rosewater has definitely...
Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Can't it wait? I'm a bit preoccupied.
I think you've got a lot of privates displayed, Jake.
Best not to interrupt. He's listening to the lecture, and I've got nothing to ask. Hey, Jake, I've got something to show you.
So, show me.
I'd prefer to speak in private.
Can't it wait? I'm a mite indisposed at the moment.
It's to do with what we've been looking for.
Ah, well, in that case, excuse me a moment, won't you, darling?
You just have to be very insistent.
All right, what do you got?
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Ah, nice sleuthing, Harley. Let's round up the others and say our goodbyes. We need to plan our next steps.
Leaving us so soon? But you've only just arrived.
We appreciate the hospitality, but it's time we moved on.
If your journey must continue, then so be it. But we cannot thank you enough for your discovery of Evocator Bennett's etheric cultivator, Miss Leger. Once we relocate and configure the equipment, our crops will
Listen,
That's great to hear. I hope you'll all be well fed this winter.
Know that you will always find welcome in Chrysalis. Farewell, my friends.
May you always have a tinfoil hat.
But quite charming in their way.
There is a strange kind of peacefulness about this place.
That's a fine way of putting it. Anyhow, let's get to the crux of the matter. Harley turned up Clark's diary.
More importantly, I found a letter inside inviting him to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio. It was dated 9 months ago.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the invitation.
And took his money with him?
Well, it ain't here, or in his lab. And what's that postscript in the letter say, Harley?
You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room.
Don't get much clearer than that.
All right, so what's our next move?
Why we follow Clark's trail to El Presidio, of course. First and foremost, we'll need some means of transport.
You haven't got any? Don't you tour around?
Sure, but our show wagon ain't gonna fit all of us.
Plus, we'll need it to store all the show's props and equipment while we're gone. There's that lady in town with a wagon, though. Heard her talking at the saloon once. Said she hires it out to travelers.
Sounds promising. Who is
What do
she?
you bet that I'm going to have to get
Lola
that?
Johnson. I think she stays in the old blacksmith shop.
Oh, we've met.
Well, I hope she has a forgiving nature.
Why's that?
She caught me breaking into her place.
What?
It's a long story.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah, let's get a move on.
And I may or may not have stolen her watch.
Right. Harley, I'm putting you in charge of hiring
Dag damn
some
it.
transportation. Danny and I are going back to the theater to settle some business. Come get us once you've arranged a ride.
And just how am I meant to arrange it, financially speaking?
Ah, well, now that may get a mite tricky. Our contract was to pay out at the end of the show's run, But seeing as we'll be breaking that contract, I'm sad to say we'll be forfeiting those proceeds.
That's
Anybody else
true.
got funds to contribute to the kitty?
Not unless this Johnson woman accepts pesos. And I've few enough of those at that.
I'm afraid I haven't got anything either.
Harley, my dear, I'm afraid we must then prevail upon you to furnish the petty cash needed
Damn.
to get our expedition aloft. Seeing as you're the only other one of our posse who's currently in the position of being gainfully employed. And it goes without saying, but you'll be fully reimbursed once we find what we're looking for, on top of your share, with interest.
I certainly hope so.
Wonderful. Well then, we'll be seeing you later.
Wonder
What
if
about you two?
I think I'll pay Dr. Sedgwick a visit. It's been ages.
And I owe him proper thanks for his care.
See you in a bit, Harley.
I wonder if I can now go to the sheriff's and swap out the pouch to get the lockpicks. Like, maybe it was one of those things to where I couldn't get it right then and there earlier. I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, it's gone.
Welcome back.
So I guess it was one of those things to where it was a possible way of breaking the lock. Alright, so first things first, let's go back to our job. Oh, she still hasn't fixed the window.
Good to see you again.
All right, let's get this thing knocked out. But first... Okay, time to bring home the bacon. The big question, how to open?
What about going with the bar brawl?
When this writer was assigned to pen a profile of a Wild West legend, she never expected to become embroiled in the action firsthand. But no sooner had my private audience with Gentleman Jake concluded than a saloon brawl erupted in the barroom of the Jack of Diamonds, and Mr. Ackerman's legendary pugilistic prowess was put on full display. Now the middle section needs to recapture the reader's interest. Let's see.
Let's do the interview.
A man of many words to match his many deeds, Jake was gracious enough to sit for an interview, in which he revealed some fascinating and candid details about the life behind the legend.
He didn't reveal anything of great interest.
And now for an ending. Mr. Ackerman is a great man, and by his visit to our industrious frontier town, proves that Rosewater is the sort of cosmopolitan crossroads where one might yet meet and mingle with some of the true luminaries of our age.
There we go. Now that's a puff piece ending.
All right, that should do it. Now, what should I title it?
Untitled article, a work in progress.
A frontier hero comes to town. And done.
Then Jenny's gonna be like, I hate this, and throws us out the window. She did say she'd pay us for
See
it,
you
the
again,
article.
Harley. Hope you're spinning me some aurum.
Well, I've spent the past couple days following Jake around, gathering plenty of straw.
Glad to hear it. I like writers who go above and beyond.
I hope this is good enough. Here you are, Joni. One profile of Gentleman Jake, ready to print.
Let's have a look. You know, writing the headline is normally the editor's job. Now let's see. Not even in town for a day, and Spitfire Harley makes her comeback. This is good. You've kept it brisk all the way through. Woof, laying it on a bit thick at the end there, aren't you? Still, I asked you to make the town look good, and you delivered. I appreciate a writer who can take editorial direction. We'll work on the subtlety later. Not bad, Harley. Not bad at all.
There we go.
A few snips here and there, and this will be fit to print. Here's your fee, as agreed.
Oh, we're rich.
Now I know what I'm working with, I'll have a think about your next assignment.
About that.
Hmm?
I'm leaving for El Presidio with Gentleman Jake. We're after Bennett Clark's missing fortune. Whatever we find, I've got a feeling it'll make a hell of a story.
You're right about that. Tales from the wild frontier are in vogue these days, and folk will be gumming to find out what happened to Clark. All right then. Clark's missing fortune it is.
I've got something else.
Oh? Do tell.
While I was going around with Jake,
Oh, that's
we
right,
spent
and they
some
get
time
another
with Gotham.
article
I learned
from
that
that.
they've come under constant attack from the soldiers at Fort Beaumont.
What? Why?
That's the thing. There's no reason. They pose no threat, yet the soldiers harass them anyway. In one recent raid, all their crops were torched.
That's atrocious. People need to know about this.
I'm glad you think so, because their leader wants their story told. She's willing to be interviewed. She gave me this statement, too.
Powerful stuff. I'll pay a visit as soon as I can and see for myself. Plenty of townsfolk could stand to learn about our neighbours in the valley. This could open their eyes.
I hope so. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see about hiring a wagon.
Godspeed, Harley.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
Alright, we made it past our first job. So we should have left it untitled. Good to know if we have to do another one of them. Alright. See how forgiving Lola. Actually, wait, we should probably talk with some of the other folks.
Ah, Miss Leger, it's good to see you again. Nadine and Mr. Marquez were just telling me how you all were acquainted. Please do continue.
And why did you steal my doctor
Hey,
supplies?
Phil, let's talk.
What about?
Are you looking forward to our journey west?
I more look forward to what we will find at the end of it.
Right. Carry on.
Answers, money, you know, all that stuff.
Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course. Pardon me a moment.
So, how was it working for the good doctor?
Well, he taught me everything I know about medicine. It was especially interesting during the rush. We had no shortage of patients then. I lost count of how many broken bones I set.
Seems we've a big journey ahead. Are you excited for it?
Yes, but also a bit nervous. I've never been beyond this valley.
You'll be all right. We've got a good group, and we'll look out for you.
Thank you. I appreciate your kind words.
I'll leave you to your conversation.
We have to be as chummy with everyone as
Hey,
possible.
Doc?
Miss Leger.
Did you ever make the acquaintance of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Ha! Doctor. If that man's a doctor, then I'm Hippocrates.
Shall I take that as a no?
Miss Leger, I do not associate with lunatics and crackpots.
Ah, if only I still had the
Those who
tinfoil hat.
recklessly cause the deaths of innocents. Now, let's not sully the good name of higher learning any further.
Oh, definitely. I want to hear
Have you
about
met any members of the Luminarians?
I beg your pardon?
this
They're a
crazies out in the
community
desert.
living near the old Clark laboratory.
Oh, those ethericity cultists. Yes, they do make their way into town on occasion. Sometimes the women come to me seeking certain remedies and prophylactics. And I've treated 1 or 2 cases of malnutrition. The desert is a hard place to make a home. Something about the old lab draws in the gullible and deluded. Lost souls searching for meaning.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
Still good to get the deep lore from them. Oh, what happened with the gym?
You just keep turning up like a bad copper, don't you?
Nice to see you, too.
I'm nearly afraid to ask, what in the Sam Hill are you doing now?
I'm selling maps of the town.
To whom, exactly? Near as I can tell, I'm the only new arrival. The locals in the market for maps of a town you can circumnavigate in 10 minutes.
You're a real stick in the mud, you know that?
Don't go anywhere.
Not like there's anywhere to go. Feeling...
He is not a very good salesman.
Locked.
Ooh, maybe I can take another stone and, like, hit him on the head, finally. Oh, he doesn't even spell maps right. Okay, we're probably not going to even get anything at the saloon. So I guess the only thing else is to talk to Lola. Hire this wagon.
Here we go.
Lord have mercy. You robbed me, then have the nerve to come back here? In all my born days, I don't think I've met anybody quite so foolish.
I get it. You're upset. I can explain.
Not interested.
Wait, it was that conniving little snake, Jem. He said the watch was his, said you'd stolen it. He got one over on me. I apologize, truly.
Bully for you. If you really are sorry, get it back.
This is what's going to happen. I'm just going to have to keep doing side quests where I get the watch back for the other party.
Maps for sale! Get your maps!
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
You have something that doesn't belong to you.
Could you be more specific?
Lola Johnson's watch. I want it back.
No can do. You swiped that watch for me fair and square.
I think you'll find it in your best interest to give me that watch back.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Because you're better than this, Jem.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, I get it. You think this whole Artful Dodger act is fun, but if you keep it up, it's only a matter of time until your little game turns into the real thing. Take it from me. This isn't a road you want to go down.
How do you know?
Kid, don't fool yourself. You think you own this town. That's because the most exciting thing happens around here is when some yahoo gets tossed out a window. I grew up in Lamplight City. The Chum, to be exact. Ever heard of it?
Oh,
That little stunt you and your brother pulled before? Know how that would have played out there?
How?
He'd have had his throat slit as soon as he was caught, and you'd have 2 bullets in your back for running away. Now, is that really the kind of life you want?
Fine, you win.
Persuasion actually worked.
Appreciate it.
Thought I would have had to
Read some
threaten him.
books. You'll thank me for it later.
Alright, here's your watch back. Before I steal it later.
You got my watch?
Yes, here it is. No hard feelings?
For now. Why'd you come back here anyway?
Name's Harley Leger. My companions and I are headed to El Presidio, and we heard you've got a wagon for hire.
I do? How many are you?
5, including myself.
Listen close, because I'm only going to say this once. You pull anything funny again, and you get left on the side of the road. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
My fee is 40 crowns up front.
Here's your fee.
Already get me
Good.
back to where I
Get your
was.
posse together and meet me outside town at sundown. We'll head out then. There you are. This your group then?
This is us.
All right, folks, listen here. I'm Lola Johnson. This is my wagon. When you're in my wagon, you follow my rules. Rule 1.
That
I'm
is
your
quite a
driver,
wagon.
Not your friend. While we're moving, leave me be. That means no yammering in my ear about how pretty you think the mountains are. Rule 2. We stop and go as I say. I ain't interested in blowing up my engine just 'cause y'all are in a hurry. Last rule. Everybody does their part. Be it cooking, hunting, or gathering firewood. This ain't no pleasure cruise, and I won't be serving y'all. The road can be rough, but I'm an experienced navigator and tracker, so stick with me and you'll be fine. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask.
We understand. You'll have no trouble from us.
All right then, let's get a move on. Time's wasting.
Right.
We are off, with the first faint tendrils of dawn at our backs. We head west for El Presidio on the trail of the elusive Dr. Clark.
It's got some nice art
We have but a few
for the
days travel
backgrounds,
before
especially.
us, through the desert and mountains to reach the coast. I am rather looking forward to getting a better view of this part of the country. And should the scenery lack for diversion, I suppose I'll have recourse in the fellowship of my new traveling companions. Now that we've assembled in this unlikely venture, perhaps it's time we got to better know one another.
Feels good to be underway at last.
Yes, though I must admit I tend to become restless on long trips.
Well, we got cards, books, and conversation. Plenty of ways to pass the time.
That is a pretty swanky wagon. Pretty spacious on the interior.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
Did your travels ever take you to El Presidio?
A few times. Can't say I much care for it. But that
Yeah.
city's for you. Too crowded, too impersonal. I'll take the wide open countryside any day.
I did like a good bit of the art in Lamplight City.
Looks like we have some time on our hands. How about a story?
Sure, why not? It was 1842, and I'd been hired by the sheriff of Bleachbone Gulch to track down some cattle rustlers. It was a long and winding trail, but by following the signs, I finally tracked down the stolen herd and the rustlers' camp. So I went back to town and gathered up a posse. 4 able-bodied men, plus myself. That night, we went back under the cover of darkness. We had the elements of surprise, but we were outnumbered 3-1. Before I knew it, the shooting had started. It was a long and bloody gunfight. In the end, yours truly was the last man left standing. I drove that whole herd on by my lonesome. They were all back home by dawn, with not a head missing. Lost some good fellers that night. But that was the end of cattle rustling in Bleachbone Gulch.
Hell of a story.
Now there's plenty more where that came from.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
We haven't really got the backstory from
Hello,
Nadine.
Harley. Something I'd like to ask you. You seem quite well traveled. What's it like in a big city?
Well, everywhere's different. I've never been to El Presidio before.
It's big, but from what I hear, not as crowded as cities back east.
Doubt it's anything you can't handle. Stick with us and you'll be fine.
That is something of a comfort.
So how'd you become a healer? Did you go to school?
No. I mean, I attended the missionary school for a few years as a child, but not to learn medicine. I was taught by Dr. Sedgwick. I worked as his apprentice for nearly a decade. He was a wonderful guardian and mentor. I am grateful for all his care.
You said Doc Sedgwick was your guardian? What about your parents?
I never knew my mother. She died soon after I was born. My father worked for Dr. Sedgwick, which is how I came to his household. He took me in when my father died from an infected wound.
I'm so sorry. How old were you?
I don't remember exactly, but I couldn't have been more than 5.
Did that have anything to do with you choosing to learn medicine?
I suppose so. Yes. If I can save somebody's loved one, grant them extra time to cherish together, well, there's no better way to help people, is there?
When did you return to the Otham?
I went to them in April of last year, but it wasn't a return. They took me in. People were leaving town, and there was less need for me at the clinic. It was Dr. Sedgwick who encouraged me to find my own path. The Otham were kind to accept me as a guest, but truthfully, I'm glad for this opportunity to travel with you and the others.
You said the Otham took you in. They aren't your people?
No. I don't know who my people are. My father never told Dr. Sedgwick, and I have no memories of him talking about it. I think my parents came from somewhere to the east, but I'm not even sure of that.
Have you ever tried tracking down where you came from?
No, I've considered it, but it's complicated. Perhaps someday.
Well, we got the deep
I
lore.
see something up ahead, by the side of the road.
Oh, I wonder if
Like
it's
some kind of castle?
that we only had the opportunity to talk to two people.
Guess it caught Lola's eye, too. Let's have a look.
Now that is some truly impressive architecture.
Do you think so? Truly? That it does, impress?
It's hideous!
Is this your work?
I am indeed visionary, architect, and soul laborer. My name is Vilja Circas. What you see before you is a monument to love.
How do you mean?
This is my marriage proposal to my darling Marta. Every stone you see has been placed by my hand with utmost care. Soon it shall be completed, and my castle will have its queen.
Damn, feller. You're making the rest of us menfolk look bad.
We haven't got the deep lore on Lola
I'm
yet.
going into town to pick up a few things.
Oh,
I'll
her,
see y'all back on the wagon.
her backstory eludes us for
I'll
now.
come with you.
So does Danny's. Anything else that you can tell
I
us,
really do
Nadine?
admire this gentleman's dedication. It's rare to find someone so committed to anything.
Poor bastard. Hope this is all worth it for him.
As do I.
You know, I can't help but remember the time I made a grand declaration.
Tell us
of
the
love.
deep stories.
Quite this elaborate, but it came close.
And what was the lucky lady's name?
Meredith. She was something real special. Shame it didn't work out between us. Hope things go better for this feller.
Madre mia. Never before have I seen such a romantic gesture. This Martha is a lucky woman.
Maybe.
If someone did such a thing for you, what would your response be?
A fist in the face.
Gratitude, I suppose? Awe? I don't know.
For such devotion to go unacknowledged would truly be a crime.
Pardon me, Mr. Circus?
Yes, ma'am?
You have an interesting accent. Where do you come from?
I am from Lithuania. I came to Vespuccia to work on railroad and build bridges.
And how has this country treated you, compadre?
Very well. I have had many opportunities. The money I earned allowed me to build my dream.
There's plenty of ways to profess your love. Why a castle?
I am architect and engineer by trade. Building things is what I know. And my beloved Marta always loved castles. I thought this would be fitting. She will be so surprised when she sees it. I cannot wait to see her face.
Probably done a good job of hiding it for very long with how big it is.
I want to hear more about this Martha. How did you meet her?
Her father was chairman of rail company where I worked in Rampton. He introduced us.
And you started courting?
For a time, yes. Then my work brought me to Western Vespuccia, but we have corresponded. I send letter every month.
Hang on. When was the last time you saw Martha?
Just before I came here. 7 years.
Oh no.
You're telling me you haven't seen Martha in 7 years, and you've built her this castle hoping she'll marry you? What if she says no?
She will not refuse me. Not when she sees what I can give her.
Yeah, I think there might be some problems.
I sent her telegram to invite her here, and she sent a response. Today, she will be here.
Okay.
Is it your intention to actually live in this place?
Of course.
Wouldn't it help to have some doors?
All in due time. My dear Martha has delicate constitution. Desert heat will be good for her health.
Does she have problems with her breathing?
Yes, I believe so. Often when I would
What
visit,
are the
her
odds
housemaid would say she was too ill to see anyone.
that she actually got married in all that time and She wasn't aware of his intentions at all.
You said you built this all by yourself? How'd you manage that?
As I said, I am engineer by trade. There are plenty of stones all around. I simply gather and place them.
So have you been building this castle for 7 years, then?
About that long, yes. I began at once when I moved here, so that I could bring Marta here to live with me as soon as possible.
Caramba.
Great work takes time.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That she got married in that time.
I can't even
And did
begin
not,
to imagine how many stones it took to build that thing.
And that never came up. Do you think the castle will collapse when that gets revealed?
Harley, does it seem to you that something is not quite right about Mr. Circus' story?
I had that thought, yes.
I have a suspicion that the lady over there might have some clarification to offer.
Tell me the deep
Ma'am?
lore.
Yes?
Your name wouldn't happen to be Martha, would it?
Why, yes it is. Martha Ward. Do I know you?
No, but I've heard lots about you. Mr. Villia Circus told me all about you. I believe you know him?
Only too well, I'm afraid. I just want this unfortunate business concluded so I can go home to my husband.
Wait,
Yes.
you're married?
Quite happily. 6 years last June.
Santa Maria.
Does Mr. Circus know that?
No. That's why I'm here.
How did you and Mr. Circus meet?
He worked for my father's company. We were introduced at a Yuletide soiree. He was pleasant
He might
enough,
have made
but
some assumptions.
then he began calling on me at home. I didn't wish to encourage him, but he kept pursuing me anyway.
Did you ever actually tell Mr. Circus you weren't interested?
I gave him no favorable sign. Eventually, I stopped receiving him with my father's blessing. He imagined a better match for me than some associate engineer. Thankfully, Mr. Circus was reassigned to Western Vespuccia after
Oh
a few months.
no.
Is the desert heat making you feel better?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Circus said it might help your delicate constitution.
Yes, I suppose he would think that. You see, when I didn't wish to receive him, I would instruct my staff to make excuses. Say I wasn't feeling well, or away taking the water somewhere. It wasn't entirely forthright of me, I admit, but Circus was vexatiously persistent.
Oh no.
Is your husband aware that you've come here?
Oh, heavens, no, he'd be furious. I left him a note saying I was going to visit my sister. Naturally, he has no idea Circus even exists, but he's very protective.
Mr. Circus told me you've been corresponding all this time.
Is that what he said?
He claims to have sent you a letter every month.
And they've each gone straight into the fire. I would have thought he'd get the message after years with no reply. But he's left me no choice except to come here and spell it out for him.
Enjoy your day, ma'am.
You as well. And if you see Mr. Circus again, please don't tell him I'm staying here. I'll go and speak with him when I'm ready.
Yes. Coming here to speak with the fella who has the wrong idea by yourself while telling your husband you're in a completely different spot. I don't see how this could go wrong. I don't see how it could go wrong at
I
all.
believe that fool spent all his time chasing a married woman. Has he no shame?
Okay, to be fair, Phil, when he started 7 years ago, she wasn't married. She's only been married 6 years. And he wasn't aware of that.
I can't even be...
But even so, yeah, she will
Goes
hopefully.
to show what one man can accomplish if he puts his mind to it.
Yeah, but he's pointed out there's no doors.
Pardon me, Mr. Circus?
Yes, ma'am?
I'll just...
Goodbye.
Do we have to, like, give the, Like, I feel like we shouldn't let her go out by her own. Is there another way we can go, or...
Guess nobody wrote in today.
Yeah, I feel like that we have to bring that up in order to advance. because there is no other way.
Pardon me, Mr.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Circus, there's something you should know about Martha.
What? What is it?
Well, it turns out she's married. Has been for 6 years.
What? How do you know this? Did you meet her?
Yes. She said she would come speak to you when she was ready.
Ah, this
Oh
explains
no.
everything.
He's gonna be in denial.
When I did not hear from her, I blamed this country's ineffectual postal service. But clearly this brute has kept her from writing.
No.
Or even hidden my letters from her.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand. I understand very well. She would not have agreed to come if she did not want to escape her unhappy marriage.
No.
Ah, right. I'll just be off for now. Thanks for the talk.
Goodbye.
I feel like that we should have just, like, came as a group to help mediate this. Excuse me, Martha, do you want to play a game of telephone?
Yes?
Mr. Circus seems convinced you're going to leave your husband for him.
And I'm sure Mr. Circus also believes pigs can fly.
How will you deal with him? He clearly won't take no for an answer.
I'll find a way. I'll just...
Martha!
Bronson, what are you doing here?
I'd ask you the same. Why did you lie to me?
Oh,
Oh no, he's gonna get the wrong idea too.
I had no choice. Things are just so complicated.
What in the ether does that mean? And who are these people?
Mr. Ward, I presume? We're just passing through, but we'd like to help your wife.
What are you talking about?
Please, Bronson, I can explain everything.
Damn fine idea. Start by telling me what you're really doing.
Circus is gonna come
I
in.
came to deal with some personal business.
Personal business? What personal business could you have?
Mr. Circus isn't looking too bad right now. Oh my goodness.
I have an unwanted suitor. I've come here to tell him to leave me alone once and for all.
You what? Where is he? I'll kill him.
No, you will not.
I will so. Tell me where to find the bastard.
I will do no such thing. Please, you must listen to me.
Say your piece and be quick.
The poor man is delusional. The situation needs to be handled delicately. I knew you would be put out if I told you I was coming here. This is my responsibility. You must let me handle it.
My responsibility is to protect you. Speak with him then. I'll be close enough to put one between his eyes if he tries anything funny.
My hero.
Yeah, it seems like that might have diffused things between the two of them. Now, hopefully, Circus isn't going to be like, draw a gun and like shoot wildly or something.
Mr. Circus, please. I have a husband and two lovely children.
Oh, you were right.
As flattered as
Cat,
I
about
am,
having
you
two
must understand,
children.
We are not meant to be.
I cannot accept this, my dear Martha. Not without knowing why. Why did you not tell me you no longer desired my affections?
That is to say, I didn't know how.
Martha, I am here now. Tell me what you feel.
I feel nothing for you. I never did. I don't know why I never said anything. I think I was afraid of your reaction. But I hoped you would take my silence as a clear indication of my disinterest.
I cannot believe what I am hearing. I spent 7 years building this castle for you. All my money, everything I own was spent to fund the construction. And now, this.
You know, the pair of you make me sick.
I beg your pardon?
This poor dimwit wastes years of his life obsessing over a woman too lily-livered to tell him the truth. I'd say you deserve each other.
And here I thought you were on my side.
Harley is right. You each need to face your truths.
Disgraceful.
Perhaps I should have been bolder in speech and made my refusal more plain.
And I should have heard the words in your silence.
I'm terribly sorry it all had to turn out this way, Vilius. Please forgive me. And forget me.
I can promise the one, never the other. Goodbye, Marta.
Okay, well, I guess that's a good enough resolution.
But there's plenty of mares on the plain.
You speak of horses when I have been spurned by a goddess.
Now then, deifying was probably your first mistake.
Okay, Jake actually is pretty on point there.
What's going on here?
Oh, you missed a hell of a show.
You gonna be all right, Mr. Circus?
I will carry on.
What will you do with this castle?
It is the only home I have. I am not sure.
I mean, you still got a pretty damn good castle. Personally, I'd blow it up. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, there you go. Turn it into an orphanage or shelter.
Why not take the opportunity to do some good? You could use this place to shelter the needy. Even make it an orphanage.
A place for the abandoned and bereft?
Like you have been abandoned.
It is that already.
We done here?
I believe so.
Good.
Oh, okay. See where we are in Rosewater. We're Oregon trailing this.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
How about another story?
Sure. Here's one about the time I lassoed a rabid coyote.
I wonder if we only get to talk like two people whenever we're traveling.
That's how I ended up with this scar.
Yeah.
Going down again.
He did say you got antsy.
Use a change of environment.
Oh, we only got
Word
one.
outside.
One conversation.
Sun's getting low. Time to set up camp.
Harley and I'll be back shortly. Just gonna take a walk over to that spring. Danny and the others can aid in the preparations.
You better not be skipping out every time there's work to be done, you hear?
Besides, I still need to get Lola's backstory.
Hold on.
Would you look at that spring? I ain't seen water that clear since that time I went swimming with the Prime Minister's rambunctious niece.
So, you wanted to talk to me about something?
I did. I can tell you've got a cogitating mind, always assessing the situation, finding the risks and opportunities. Now that we've got a real posse assembled, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on our little venture. Everything seem hunky-dory so far, in your estimation?
Yes, I think so. It's an odd bunch, all right, but all capable in their own way. If a treasure's out there to be found, I think this gang can do it.
Delighted to hear it. You let me know if that changes, all right?
You got it.
Right, well, we should be heading back. L. Smith Johnson will...
Oh, hey there.
Howdy, friend.
Stranger enters.
Welcome, welcome. Name's Aubrey Trout, but you're not here about me. I reckon you're here for the spring water.
Something special about it?
Something special about it.
It's a miracle elixir.
This here's an etheric spring. Best kept secret in the great western desert.
Etheric spring?
Sure. Y'all know about ethericity, don't you?
We're familiar.
Well, this water's got the same properties due to a confluence of etherically sensitive minerals deep in the earth, you see. This here's a hotbed. Taking a drink will cure whatever ails you and grant you the strength of 10 men.
No kidding.
If what you say is true, people would be lined up from here back to Rosewater. So where is everyone?
I told you, it's a secret. Oh, for now, once word gets out, I'll be up to my eyes in folks wanting
Of
to see the
course.
stuff. I
But
can see by your face
for a low
you're,
fee.
not convinced. Maybe this'll change your mind. Observe.
He is such a scammer.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
That's
Daily
tinfoil.
citizens of Water have conferred upon me a practically superhuman strength. Now, tell me, how old do you think I am?
I imagine a spry young feller like yourself can't be more than 25?
What if I told you I was 52?
Enough beating around the bush. What's your game? You trying to get us to pay you for this water? Or go in on some
Yeah, so he told them the first people he met.
Ma'am, I am wounded. Haven't tasted bliss. I just want to share it with my fellow man.
For the low, low price of 10 crowns.
Generosity dead and buried. Okay, look. I'll take a drink now. Watch me. There. You see? Tastes like springtime and sunlight. Now, if the water was no good, would I have done that?
Reckon not.
So go on, friends. Share in the wealth. Take a sip.
If it does even half of what you say.
Not so fast. Something is off. I'm sure you won't mind if I have a look around, Mr. Trout.
Be my guest.
Looks refreshing, but looks can be deceiving.
He probably palmed some water.
I've got my eyes on you.
I'm flattered.
I mean, the simplest way would be to just get like a bar of metal of our own and be like, hey, try bending this.
Wonder if this is hiding anything. Ow! Bunch of stickers. Damp. Nothing but twigs and leaves. What's this? These boards have been badly damaged, but it looks like it says W-R...
Warning.
Warning? What's this? A money pouch. There's 10 crowns in here.
Just enough to be able to pay for the water. Oh, it probably was a sign there.
Here at one point. Wonder what it said. Water of life, huh? These boards have been worn.
There's not much else that I can check over there, but it's pretty clear there was a warning sign there.
I've got my eye. Jake, I don't think you should drink that water.
Why not?
There was a warning sign over there, and someone destroyed it.
Really? That stick's been there since I found the place. Never seen a sign.
I still get a bad feeling from this guy.
Even after everything, I had my reservations, but I'll be goddamned if I ain't convinced.
Forget it. All these trees look dead. That can't be a good sign.
Something else we're missing. I wonder if the dead wildlife is probably another thing. We're definitely missing something. Why can't I just, like, bring the warning sign to Jake? Be like, hey, this is what I found in the bushes. Oh, you're right, the vultures!
Low. That's not reassuring.
Hey, thank you for pointing that out. That's actually a good thing to also note.
Jake, I don't think you should drink.
Why not?
Just have a look at all the trees and plants around the spring. They're dead.
Yeah, see,
I'd say
because
that's a
the
clear
plants
warning.
also.
Oh, it's a desert. Plenty of straggly-looking
Yeah.
vegetation.
I wouldn't have thought about the vultures either.
There's an awful lot of vultures in the area.
I did notice that, yes.
They're off in the distance. This spring's pretty well hidden still. Anything that doesn't find it dies of thirst out there.
Now wait just a minute. What are you trying to pull here, friend?
Nothing. I swear.
Right, and I'm the Prime Minister. Quite the little scam you've got going on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. Jake, maybe you can coax our friend here to talk?
I'd listen to the lady, partner, unless you want to be another notch on Gentleman Jake's holster.
Okay. I'll talk. The spring's toxic. I trick people into taking a sip and then rob them.
Gee, Rover Cripes, that's pretty low. Even for a confidence trickster.
You don't kill them. A little sip only knocks you out for a bit.
So how are you still standing after all those drinks you took?
I got a natural immunity.
Ah, he built up an immunity to iocane powder.
To my advantage.
And that iron-bending trick?
Like you said, just a trick.
Of course. I should have seen through that. We got ourselves a real piece of work here, Harley.
You're telling me.
What do you reckon we should do with them?
Yeah, we should probably teach him a lesson.
We can't let him work his tricks on anyone else. He needs to be punished.
I agree.
Please, don't kill me.
Do we look like murderers to you? We need to make an example of him.
I've got just the thing. Go get me some rope from the wagon, would you?
All right.
Yes. Never get involved in a land war in Asia.
That's some fine work, Jake.
Thank you. Maybe now our friend will think twice about leading people astray. Shall we?
Wait! You're just gonna leave me here?
Oh, plenty of folks travel this road. You know that. Or you wouldn't have bothered laying your trap.
Besides, he also has a natural immunity to the water.
Charitable soul. Eventually.
Speaking of charitable souls, I found a stash of stolen money while I was snooping around.
Well, ain't that something? Come on, let's head back and see how the camp setup's going.
Oh, good times. Oh, that's some really lovely background
Weasel's
art.
concocted this whole story about how it's an etheric spring and the water has special powers, trying to hoodwink us into drinking it. All I can say is it's a good thing we ain't the rubes he took us for.
I feel sorry for anyone falling prey to his tricks. He was a crafty one.
Even so, gotta get up pretty early in the
God damn it, Jake.
going over on old Jake.
So what happened when you found him out?
We got a full confession. Turns out, the water's poisoned. The snake worked up some scheme to get passers-by to drink, and then empty their pockets as soon as they were out of commission. Leastways, I think that's what he said. Couldn't catch half of it through his blubbering and sniffling.
Of course, he's got to play it up. Ah, well, we'll cover for Jake this
It
time.
was a depraved little operation he had going.
So how'd you deal with him?
We made an example of him.
You killed him?
Let's just say he won't be harming anybody else.
The fellow was bad news. Somebody needed to put a stop to it.
I see.
Probably gonna make
Sounds like the
Nadine.
bastard deserved it.
You murdered him in cold blood?
He's almost ready. Harley, can you come help me and Phil serve?
Sure thing. That smells heavenly.
The kid is a good cook, eh? But I believe this chili could use a little of my secret ingredient.
What's that?
Mezcal. I picked up a bottle before we left Rosewater. Gives it a nice smoky flavor. And makes you feel nice afterwards, too. This group needs a bit of loosening up, don't you think?
Might as well pour in the whole bottle.
Okay, just make sure not to overdo it.
Me? Overdo it?
What's the worst case that could happen? Phil betraying us. I trust Phil
We
completely.
should be ready to serve. Just one last taste. Tastier than usual. Smoky. Did one of you add something?
Just my secret ingredient.
Well, whatever it is, it's real nice. Come on, let's fill up these bowls and get everybody fed.
That was some mighty fine chili, Danny boy.
Glad you liked it.
It was edible.
I'd say it was the best damn chili I've ever tasted. You ever decide to give up gunslinging? Maybe you could open up a restaurant.
You really think so?
I'd be a regular.
Gosh, thank you.
It's a nice night.
Perfect for relaxing and enjoying the company of one's comrades. The best part of the day. I have always said that the battle is won or lost around the campfire the night before.
Doing all right, Miss Johnson?
I'd say so. If you'll excuse me, it's been a long day. I need to rest up for tomorrow's drive.
Oh, we don't get the backstory. Not this time. But one day, Lola's backstory will be ours.
Hell of a day, huh, Jake?
I'll say. It's disheartening to know there's so many men out there hell-bent on bringing others to ruination. But at least we saw through his ruse.
It's as they say. There's a mark born every minute, one to trim 'em and one to knock 'em.
I hate to leave such merry company, but I'm suddenly feeling very sleepy. Please excuse me. I'll see you all in the morning.
Sleep tight, Miss Redbird.
Night.
We should have spoken to her. Now we've lost that dialogue. Ooh, who will be the next to drop?
So, Danny, where'd you learn to cook chili anyway?
I just sorta picked it up. Can't really remember where.
Oh.
You look like you're enjoying yourself.
And why should I not be? We have fine weather, good food, good company. Are you not?
Well, sure. I mean, this is great and all, but...
But nothing. Here, take a drink. Celebrate.
I'm happy just to soak in the festive mood. Thanks. You go on, though.
Oh, I shall.
Time for me to call it a night.
Night, Harley.
Buenas noches.
Sleep well.
We leave within the hour. Don't leave anything behind.
Say, Harley, care to join me and Jake for a stroll?
Where to?
Not far, just along the river. Thought we might enjoy the fresh air before getting cooped up in that tin can again.
Danny breaks wind like a horse in there, you know. Especially after one of his chilly nights.
Oh, come on. I do
Too
know.
much information,
Joshing
Jake.
you, Danny boy. Shall we?
Lead on.
This does feel like a pretty good stopping point.
Beautiful, ain't it?
Let's keep going. I think the river bends up ahead.
Awfully rough water.
Shucks, this ain't nothing. It gets real wild a little ways down.
If you fall, I'm not saving you.
Just what are you doing up there, young man?
I'm playing.
You ought to be careful. Those branches are like twigs.
I'll pay these fussing old hens no mind, Sonny. I was the same at your age. Used to jump around trees like a lemur.
I'm good at climbing. Watch this.
Oh, something bad's gonna happen. Oh, god damn it.
What do you think?
Mighty impressive, son.
Maybe you best go back to where you were. You're making me nervous.
You are a fussing hen. I told ya, I'm good at...
Shit! What the hell do we do now?
Danny!
Hot damn, he's got him. Now hurry up and come on back to shore.
I'm trying.
I can't swim.
Hold tight. We'll figure something out.
Yeah. Is this enough of a
Feels
branch?
kind of flimsy, but it might help.
Okay.
Jake!
What?
I might have an idea, but I'll need something of yours.
Okay, what?
I need your gun. I'll shoot the kid.
Give me your belts.
Okay, sure. Take them.
Now I've got a double loop. Danny, grab onto this. Jake, a little help, please?
Gotcha.
Thought I might have had to go and get a rope or something.
Danny boy, I'm impressed.
I'll say, you're a true hero, Danny.
I just did what anybody would.
That's a load of bull, and you know it. The rest of us were standing around gawping, but you knew what needed to be done and didn't hesitate 1 second. Be proud of yourself, Danny. You've earned it.
She's right, you know. Damn fine instincts.
Hey, kid, how about a little gratitude for your rescuer?
Don't make me backhand you.
Saved your wretched back-talking neck.
Thanks, mister.
You're welcome. Have you got a family to get back to? They must be worried.
Yeah, Ma and Pa got a camp nearby.
Run along then, son. Be sure to tell him Gentleman Jake's brave assistant Danny Luo saved your life.
And stay out of trees, little brat.
All right now.
Actually surprised that Jake's not taking credit for it.
Tale of his heroic deeds.
Actually, I'll catch up later.
Suit yourself, hero. Hey, don't be too long.
Would you mind a little company?
Sure. I just needed a moment away from Jake anyway. I'm glad you're here.
Sure seems hard for you to take a compliment. Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. It isn't good to brag.
It's not the same thing as bragging. Let your friends sing your praises, then you don't have to.
I'd really rather just help others instead of making it about me.
Look, you describe yourself as an honest sort, right?
Well, sure. I don't take to lying, if that's what you mean.
Seems to me that false modesty is about the same as lying. If you're actually good at something, or if you have a good idea, just say so. No sense hiding when you've got something of value to contribute.
I hadn't really thought of it that way. I appreciate the talk, Harley.
Anytime. Let's get back to camp.
Continues. Oh well, Presidio way on the other side. I wonder how many other things we're going to have to go through. Alright, this does seem like a good stopping point for tonight. We're going to pick up with it next week, because it should be a lot of fun. They've done a real good job with this one. I did like how you could do different, find different evidence to accuse different people in Lamplight City, although there was a right option for it. It does seem to have a few other choices that you can make for different plans and so forth. So, yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by as well. But nonetheless, we'll pick up with this next week. And other than that, you have a wonderful night, and thanks for stopping by.